you'd be on my side. I'll deal with the highest of tides. Whoa, yeah. I'm worthy. I'm deserving of all these blessings. Oh, I'm so worthy. Oh, yeah, jabulisi inhliziyo yami ngifanele. Umbuso wakho mina ngiyawuthokozela. Worthy. Uyajabulisa inhliziyo yami. Onamandla. 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 Na 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 na. Onamandla. 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 Yeah, 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 yeah. Onamandla Nkosi yami. Onamandla Nkosi yami. Onamandla Nkosi yami. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ba ba da 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 da. Na 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 na. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ba ba da 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 da. Yeah, 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 yeah. Onamandla Nkosi yami. Onamandla Nkosi yami. Onamandla Nkosi yami. Yeah, 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 yeah. Onamandla Nkosi yami. Onamandla Nkosi yami. Onamandla Nkosi yami. Yeah, 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 yeah. Na 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 na. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Nakuweza madiwe, nakuweza tata. Nasindwa na malisi, na wedohi, wawa malaika. Nasindwa na malisi, na wedohi, wawa malaika. Gitenje, ukuwosa gitenje. Gitenje, ukuwaza gitenje. Nambi gefanyechi. Kweyambenjio Zindana malisi Wedochi Wawa malaika Nasindwana malisi Na wedochi Wawa malaika. My mother drives me crazy sometimes. I love her anyway. I drive mommy crazy sometimes. She loves me anyway. It's all about unconditional love, ladies and gentlemen. Diwe weza dada Sindwana malisi na wedochi wawa malaika na sindwana malisi na wedochi wawa malaika. Angel, I love you, sweet angel. Angel, sweet angel. Why? Why do you fly so high? Angel, sweet angel. It's understand the song. It's under malaika. It's understand the song. It's under malaika. It's understand the sound. It's under malaika. It's understand the sound. It's under malaika. Malaika, it's understand the song. It's under malaika, it's understand the song. It's under malaika. Andonde, amabuzi, hawalele, etanzeni. Andonde, amabuzi, hawalele, etanzeni. Ando. It's under malaika. It's understand the song. It's under malaika. It's understand the song. It's under malaika. Do la do ti.
Sola sol fa
Mi
mi re
do 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 la do ti.
Sola sol fa mi
Mi
re
do 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 la do ti. Ngithanda malaika, ngithanda sithando sami, ngithanda malaika, ngithanda sithando sami, ngithanda malaika. Ngithanda malaika, ngithanda sithando sami, ngithanda malaika, ngithanda sithando sami, ngithanda malaika. Whoa, thank you for the applause. We didn't expect it. We're still having tea. Thank you.
Right. Good morning, everybody. This is a celebration of women in healthcare, and I cannot think of a better way to celebrate than with great music, good food, and terrific company. Thank you so much, Dr. Tu Nokwe, for you and your team. I love that. You can play the whole day and I can sit. But unfortunately, we have a little bit of an agenda. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Liesl Tom. I am your program facilitator. And is this mic giving feedback? I'm hearing something. It might be the voices in my head that Dr. Nokwe was singing about earlier. Before we start, I just want to also acknowledge our attendees who are gathered with us virtually. This is a hybrid event, and it's one of the exciting things that we have discovered due to this pandemic that is now behind us. Before we start, I have to say, in 2020, which was the year of the nurse, Dr. Brenda and I had a conversation, and we were going to celebrate nurses. And then the pandemic hit, and the nurses did what they do. In fact, everyone in the healthcare sector did what they do. But the important word for me in healthcare is care. And we'll get back to the caring part and taking care of the carers after we've been welcomed officially by our host. Before I invite him, I want you all to stand. No, we're not going to sing the anthem, although I think it is fitting that, you know, as proud South Africans, we acknowledge the anthem. But I want you to put your hands on your hips. Spread your legs just a little bit, shoulder width. And for those of you who don't know what I'm doing at the moment, this is based on the work of an author named Amy Cuddy, and this is one of her power poses. And she found that standing in a power pose, you heighten your testosterone and you lower your cortisol, your stress hormone. So whenever you feel like you need a breath, whenever you feel disempowered, just take this pose. And I thought it was quite fitting because you are all health heroes. So have few more moments standing in your power, then take a bow. And I'm going to call Mr. Isaac Modimo, the Regional General Manager of PPS, to come officially welcome you.
This thing doesn't stand. There we go. Yeah. And Macheloni, Abshe, Molweni, Ralocha, Sanborn. Good morning and goeiemorgen. I did that deliberately because I was just showing off. I speak 9 languages, and so sometimes you do want to show, especially in an audience like this. But I must say it's a privilege and an honor for me to be standing in front of you guys to welcome you to this event. I can tell you there are hundreds and thousands of men today that would like to be where I am today. Because it's not every day that you address and you welcome to a celebration, women's celebration, an audience like this, predominantly ladies. Doesn't happen often. So I'm really privileged to do that. I wasn't sure whether I was going to be introduced because my role really is very simple, it's short. I just wanted you guys to know that I'm paying for your breakfast. I'm paying for your lunch. And you're going to have drinks on me. You know. So I'm going to fill up the table for you today. Welcome to PPS. For us, this is a relationship that we want to build going forward. We don't want to stop today. It doesn't need to be a once-off thing. We want to continue to have this relationship, especially with the type of audience that we have today. We salespeople. We give advice, we sell advice. So when we have an audience like this, it gives us the opportunity to be able to talk to you and to sell you advice as well in your own personal capacity. We don't do it here. Obviously, that's not the appropriate place to do. But we do get an opportunity to get your details, and we'll speak to you as well because we've got a lot of advisors that we've brought into this event that's helping us. So relax, as they say, enjoy. And you are more than willing to walk around and see what PPS is all about. And for those that are members of PPS, obviously, you know where your profits are going today. So thank you, welcome, and enjoy. Thank you.
So, just a few housekeeping rules. The bathrooms are at the back, should you need to take a body break. I would like you all to take out your cell phones, put it on silent, and then use it whichever way you see fit. If you want to tweet, if you want to share on social media, please do. Dr. Brenda, could you tell me what the hashtag is, Women in Healthcare? Hashtag Women in Healthcare. So if you want to tweet, we'd love to create a bit of a Twitter storm. I am, by training, a radio journalist. And when you work in radio, you have to time things very carefully. We did start late. these things happen, but I am going to rectify the ship, and I am very strict on time. So I would like to ask our speakers also, I will indicate to you when there's 5 minutes left, please wrap it up then. Our virtual attendees, you are obviously in this room whether we can see you or not. When you want to communicate with us, please send a message in the chat box because we want to interact with you too. This is a hybrid event and we do have more than just the physical people in the room. Having said that, everyone who's in the room, I'm going to pretend to be Oprah right now, okay? Look under your seat. Right. You can browse and enjoy your gift bag a little later. It's time for us to get the show on the road. As I mentioned earlier, this is about women in health care, putting the emphasis on care. But who takes care of the carers? You know, as a mere mortal, as an ordinary person, I'm not in healthcare, and I know that whenever I need healthcare, there's someone there. But that person is also a human. We are all human first, and all of us need care at some point. So I'd like to introduce to you Dr. Miriam Matandela. She is the Director of Nursing Practice at the Office of the Nursing Officer at the National Department of Health. She has a passion for the provision of quality nursing services and then the empowerment of nursing personnel. Dr. Matandela.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning to heroes in healthcare, backbones of the health system. I'm talking about women, people who are multi-talented, who are multitasking. Those are women, and people whom, for them, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, they are at work. Let me take this opportunity and say good morning to responsible people who ensured that this day happens. A special thanks to Dr. Kubeka and the team, as well as all delegates that are here, and the people that will be sharing the platform with me. A very good morning to all of you. It is a pleasure and a privilege to stand here this morning and talk in a women's summit, knowing very well that there are other people that are joining us virtually in this event. I've been then requested to address a very special area, Ubuntu, a sense of humor, an element of caring, an element of understanding. South Africa is a country that is having diverse cultures. It's a country where people view things, from different aspects, but they all understand what is Ubuntu. What does it mean to see the other person and understand this person as a human being? So one needs to indicate to say As I was preparing for this presentation, I was looking and saying, but working in a health system is a privilege because you are able to see the diversity that is in the health system and understand the caring that is needed. Correct to say 2020 was a year in terms of nursing that was set aside to celebrate nurses. But me, I want to say today we are here to celebrate women in health, people that are able to work as a team in a diverse environment. We have your medical doctors, physiotherapists, nurses, all in order for us to be able to work as a team. We need each other because Ubuntu says, I am because you are. Ubuntu says, it is me that is going to lift you up when you are actually feeling down. Reality is, working in a health sector, especially public sector, you will understand that it is strenuous. It is sometimes very overwhelming, but it is when you've got colleagues that will say to you, well done. Despite seeing a lot of patients in a busy casualty one day, but seeing somebody that is going to say, thank you, well done. What you are doing is highly appreciated. And if as colleagues, as we work, we can understand that all that we need in the health setting is teamwork, understanding each other's role and complementing each other to achieve the quality services that we are looking for. Reality is, we are human beings. We are exposed to socio-economic issues, to other political issues. And sometimes working in a health sector is actually discouraging. You will be in a casualty unit, busy with a priority one patient resuscitating, and patients that came who bypassed other areas of care, they will come in a casualty and say, but these people do not care. Because where people are, they want to be prioritized. But Ubuntu would have said, this person that is working in this area has actually been working the whole day, and she or he is prioritizing this P1 patient that we would like to see a person leaving this area alive. But women in health, they remain backbones. When everything else is not happening, they remain resilient. Therefore, Ubuntu goes along with understanding that resilience. A lot of times, we are working with in risky areas where you will find that in as much as the intention was a positive outcome, it becomes a negative outcome. And very critical to say, when that patient safety incident is managed, most of the time, it is always forgotten that the people involved need to be cared for because they are emotionally affected. They have a lot of questions that they are asking themselves. They blame themselves. They feel guilty. And what does health system does? Health system says, we need you to tell us, why didn't you do 1, 2, 3? And there is nobody that is saying, how best can I sit with these people and say, open up. How do you feel about this situation? These are the questions that are supposed to be asked in serious adverse events, not a how, a why, but give people an opportunity to open up. Listen to them. Ubuntu means being able to have a one-on-one with a person and listen attentively, not selectively, looking for all the wrongs that one needs to use against people. So generally, women are created in such a way that they have a caring attitude. They become mothers to their children. They become companions to their husbands. And when we are at work, people doubt that we do have a sense of humor or we need to be cared for. Therefore, it is very, very important that in health facilities, in health systems, we ensure that women are prioritized, or healthcare workers are prioritized, by ensuring that we are having effective, clearly defined communication. We are building teams that will allow colleagues to talk to each other and understand each other. One thing about a team, there's always strengths. Each and every person in that team is having a strength. Therefore, building those teams to take care of each other, they actually ensure that the element of Ubuntu is critical. It's very important, colleagues, that when we get to work, you say, "Good morning, Lizelle, how are you?" That makes somebody feels that I'm being cared for. Very important that there are systems in place that when colleagues go through emotional incidents, there is debriefing, colleagues, because that debriefing will take the burden that these people are having. When you are involved in a serious incident, you would feel like, "Ish, I don't want to talk. I don't want to see anybody." It is in those debriefings where one will appreciate to say, "But look, you responded promptly, you did your part, and this was beyond your control." So Ubuntu would then allow a manager in a facility to sit with people without judging them, but listening to them. Our colleagues sometimes demonstrate a pattern of absenteeism. That is a communication. So we need leaders that will be able to approach these people in a professional manner that shows caring, that says, "Come to me, talk to me, open up to me. I will maintain the privacy and the integrity that you need." But the reality is, sometimes our colleagues commit suicide in front of us, with us having not identified that there are challenges. So it is critical that there are systems in place where people are using open communication, where we strengthen the issues around employee wellness activities, where people are able to open up. Very important that there are team buildings. Employees should be taken out for team building, where they will be understanding each other, where they will see how best to solve issues, and then come back being healthy employees. As I conclude, colleagues, the element of Ubuntu is a daily living, and element of Ubuntu says togetherness. It says, "I understand what you are going through. I am here to listen to you. I am here to refer you when necessary. I am here to organize psychological help when necessary." And as I close, this is my last statement, to say, during the COVID era, we saw the strength of women in health. When everybody else was in lockdown, these people were on duty, exposed. You're not going to a situation knowing that I can be affected, I can be infected, but colleagues went there and ensured that they deliver. Socioeconomic status affected them, because if my partner is working in an environment where they'll be saying, "For now we are cutting," emotionally I am affected, but I still need to deliver. But the element of caring, the element of group cohesion, the element of somebody that is going to see Uguti, there is a need for us to appreciate these people, is highly needed. We appreciate Dr. Kubeka and the team, the event that has been done for women, because in the era that we are in now, everybody's like, we are recovering from the financial losses that we have. There's nothing that we can do, but this event is actually boosting the morale of women to understand that out there's somebody that is caring about us. There's somebody that is having an element of care. And critical to say, in the workplace, we should be having a positive practice environment where there are clearly defined guidelines, where there is an area where people can actually ensure that they exercise if they want to exercise, they relax if they want to relax. I know that in public sector, there's always an overload, but it is critical that we take care of the carer, because a carer that is taken care of will be able to take care of the one that they need to take care of. A pity that I'm not going to spend a day with you, but I thank you. Have a blessed day.
I would just like to apologize to our viewers on Zoom. I do believe there are some technical difficulties. We are looking at it, and I promise you, even though you are not physically in the room, you are in our hearts, and we do carry you with you. Now, I have a few questions from some of our Zoom attendees for you, Dr. Matandela, and the first one is, what can we do to celebrate each other as women in healthcare? Are we doing enough to support each other?
There's a lot that we can do in terms of saying, when we are working in an environment, we are able to identify expertise from those women. And it's important that we appreciate them, we nominate them for events. And one can clearly indicate to say, yes, in as much that is happening, but it is happening to a limited area, there's a lot that we need to do. I can definitely say we are not doing excellently in terms of that, and it's an area that we need to be strengthening, this of appreciating and having a best whatever in an area, and even ensuring that we do awards. There's nothing that is important like ensuring that you appreciate the person as and when they do something good. It boosts their morale.
I'm going to allow one question from the floor, and then I have one more question from our Zoom attendees. As I said, I'm a strict timekeeper, so is there anyone on the floor who would like to ask a question of Dr. Matandela? There's a question there at the back.
Thank you, Dr. Matandela. I represent that profession that is always forgotten. Okay, I thought my voice is loud for this. I represent that profession that is always forgotten, pharmacy. Thank you for touching on Ubuntu in healthcare, particularly for us as women. My question is, how do we integrate? How do we integrate the person who is raised at home and coming to work in terms of Ubuntu? Because I believe that Ubuntu begins at home. We tend to forget when we go into university or wherever we study that first I'm a person who is or who has to have Ubuntu. And then when we come to the workplace, we even forget about the word Ubuntu. So how do you suggest that we integrate that person from home to work and encompassing the Ubuntu role of that individual? Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. In terms of encompassing Ubuntu in an organization, amongst the things that needs to happen when employees are appointed is induction. And critical that during that induction, there should be issues that are showing the togetherness and people understanding the workplace environment. One of the things that I said was to say, we are diverse, we have different cultures, and issues around diversity, they need to be addressed, and we build teams. I talked to building of teams in the workplace so that I can be interested in understanding in vendor, how do they do things? I struggle. I enjoy when I listen people speaking all the languages. I try, but I end up maybe with 2 or 3 words. So we need to be creating an environment where we celebrate things such as Heritage Days. This is where we showcase our cultures and Ubuntu. And more than anything, the issue of communication, understanding a person from a different perspective. Sometimes some people are closer and my voice is strong. Somebody will say, when I raise something passionately, somebody says I fight. And then it goes back again. We need to be understanding in terms of cultures, this is how they are. But very important that even us, we need to tone down and understand if I am talking to a person that is used to a lower voice, she will feel intimidated. But very critical, we need to understand we are diverse in the workplace and we need to understand each other. We need to communicate effectively. We need to create platforms where we learn how best do we keep an element of Ubuntu. Ubuntu, I don't know how best can one explain it, but your facial expression talks volumes. The reason why sometimes people will feel good, don't even start. So we need to start there to say, am I approachable? Am I able to listen to somebody else? Am I sensitive to non-verbal behavior? Am I able to interpret? Do I seek clarity from this person when I do not understand this particular person? I worked with somebody that will say, before she responds on something, she will say, awa. And for me, it will be like, hey, does this mean no? But until I understood that this is how these people are saying, that is the element of Ubuntu, understanding the environment you are in, having a high level of emotional intelligence, open and learning from other people and understanding how do they do things and how do they want to be approached. I was really running away.
Thank you, Dr. Matandela. There are more questions, and my lady, no. Time-wise, I'm saying we're not going to take those questions. So to the lady on Zoom, I read your question. It's a pertinent one, and we will raise it with Dr. Matandela afterwards. To my lady there, my apologies. I meant for you to get the mic. It didn't work out that way. We need to be flexible, and as Dr. Matandela said, we need to have compassion with each other. So thank you for bearing with me as I get this timeline straight. So next we are looking at sheroes in healthcare. We all know about heroes, but we as women, we are allowed to change language to fit us. We have curves, and the language can also have curves. So today we are talking about sheroes in healthcare. I would like to call on Dr. Tshegofatso Moeletsi. She is one of Lancet Laboratories' youngest African female partners. She's a clinical pathologist, and she has expertise in chemical, hematology, and microbiology. Dr. Moeletsi is also the pathologist in charge of the Joburg South region. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It is such a great honor to be here and to look at all your beautiful faces in your wonderful attire, some of you, reminding us of exactly what our previous speakers spoke about: diversity, Ubuntu, celebrating the differences in one another. And I'd like to also welcome those of us who are joining us virtually. And thank you, MC, for a very colorful presentation of myself. Sometimes, you know, when you hear some of these things, you're never quite sure, is it you that's been spoken about or somebody else? But, but we'll take it. I see my presentation is not projected. Can we please do that? All right. Is it coming on? All right. Anyway, let me tell you a little bit about how I chose the topic sheroes. And it actually relates to the word woman. In woman, there's a man, right? But the man is not at the beginning of the word. The man is at the end of the word, right? And that matters because even men come from women, right? Actually, everyone comes from women. So it's very fitting, thank you. It's very fitting that, in fact, women actually must take precedence, so the man must be after. And so when I was asked to speak, thinking about the topic and looking at the theme, I thought sheroes in healthcare would be far fitting. And I know that this is a celebration of women. But in order to celebrate, we need to really look at what are we celebrating, right? We don't just want to celebrate for celebration's sake. So I thought, as I was going through the study sent to me, so I can talk to this that we're talking about today, I thought, yes, it's true. Women make the backbone of healthcare, right? I mean, even people who come to see healthcare workers are mostly women, if you think about it. If you eliminated us, there actually would be very few patients coming through. So we're not only the backbone of what makes healthcare work, we are healthcare. So why do you think women dominate in healthcare? Yeah, we're carers by nature. We are. So if we are dominating in healthcare, how come we don't dominate in executive roles? Why is there such a sharp fall when it comes to leadership roles when there are so many women already in healthcare? And have you ever wondered if gender diversity is actually worse in healthcare, seeing that we are in fact in the majority in healthcare? And if that's the case, why? Why is it like that? So I thought, okay, we are healthcare, right? But who are we really? As people, who are you? Before you're a healthcare worker, who are you? Do you know? Do we know who we are? As you walk through the doors, going to give care, do you know who you are? You can't bring the Ubuntu that doctor spoke about if you don't know who you are. Do you know what you're bringing? Do you? As a leader, what kind of leader are you? Are you the reason why there's not enough women in executive roles? As an organization, what kind of organization are you? Is your environment so terrible that women want nothing to do with it? So I want you to ponder on those for a little bit as we take a little bit of a dive in. I thought, let's look at what the Deloitte study really showed us, right? And in the Deloitte study, it says that 40% of South African women feel burnt out. I'm not surprised. I'm actually shocked it's only 40%. I would have imagined it's 80% of women in South Africa feel burnt out, right? And 51% felt that their stress levels are higher. I mean, post-COVID, I think 51% is very, I think 100% feels their stress levels are higher.
And simply because we indeed were the backbone of making sure that COVID is under control. And not just as healthcare workers, but in our social level, social communities as well, right? You were the guy who had to keep things together, even though you were the guy who had to go take care of people who could potentially infect you and kill you. You still had to be that guy. And also in this study showed that there's great resignation, right? Especially of women, working women. I mean, you know that. How many of your colleagues just last month gave notice? And also it showed that 94% of respondents believe that a flexible working arrangement will affect chances of promotion. In healthcare, you're very lucky if you have a flexible working environment, isn't it? And God knows, if you ever told your prof that, geez, I think for the next 2 days I'll be working from home, you might not return, right? You might not. So I thought, well, seeing that the Deloitte study is telling us all of that, and also it also told us 60% of women who work in hybrid environments felt excluded, because you can see it's isolating. For us in healthcare, that's even unheard of. How are you going to see a patient really? How are you going to treat them virtually from home? Yeah. And also, it also showed something positive, though, that those who work in gender equal environments actually are more engaged, and they're trusting, and they have career satisfaction. So I thought, well, let me look at where I work, which is Lancet, right? I mean, you can't really fix what you can't measure. And you can't really see if there's truth in this study if you're not checking your own backyard. After all, I did ask you to check yourselves. Who are you? And so I thought, geez, let me check myself as well. So I anonymized that data so that we can have discussion and people don't feel like they're being exposed, especially seeing that I'm entrusted with ensuring that things stay put together at work. So I thought, okay, let's look at our staff complement. Is it true that it's mostly women? And it turns out, in fact, it is true that it's mostly women. And looked at the age group. So we are fairly a young organization if you look at our age group at work. Most of our people are less than 45, in fact. Very young, highly responsible, starting out. They have so much on their shoulders. So already that sets the scene as to what is being brought in the workplace. I also decided, okay, let's look at why, if any, maybe people are leaving Lancet, hopeful that they were not. But the truth is, we have a young organization, is that people move, people leave. So I thought to look at, of those who were leaving, how many were women versus men, right? And to look at why they were leaving. Were they leaving because, well, maybe they're going on pension, which is highly unlikely because they are young, or we are actually firing them, or they're actually happily resigning for, I don't know if you can happily resign, but you're leaving out of your own accord. And it looked like, yes, for the most part, the people who were leaving us were women. And even though I didn't present it here, the reason for them leaving was, in fact, job dissatisfaction, better job opportunities, and things like that. And personal reasons, that came up tops. That's code for I don't like it here. And so, you know, if you're going to be honest with yourself, you can at least fix the problem, right? And then so I decided maybe they were leaving because they were unhappy with how we're paying them, because maybe the few males that are in their midst are being paid better. So I decided to look at the pay gap by job grade. So E is the highest job grade. And this was quite telling if you looked at it. For the fact that we have more females, yeah? It was okay in the lower pay grades, but the minute you go to more senior pay grade, all of a sudden the few men that are there are being paid more. I mean, I'd also look at other alternatives. And when I looked at whether or not women complain to us that their male counterparts are being paid more, actually their very male counterparts were the ones complaining that we are not paying them more. Shocking, right? What that told me, though, is that we are very accepting of the status quo as women, even when it doesn't suit us, even when we are unhappy with it. We'd rather leave than fix. So I thought, okay, let me look at harassment and disgruntlement and all other issues. Maybe I'll see why they're leaving, right? And so we took our 18 months prior data and looked at who actually used the Lancet Wellness Program. And we actually found that at least most women were using the Lancet Wellness Program. And it's very important to have a wellness program because we need to care for the carers, right? And we need to care for them in a way that doesn't make them feel victimized or less than because someone knows what their issues are. So we looked at that and we realized typical of our industry, mostly usage was from females. But also, we looked at what issues were being raised, males versus females. It was similar issues. At the top, it was interpersonal relationship stressors for both males and females. So those are the carers coming into work already stressed from home, coming to care for someone who might sometimes look like the person they left at home. And also looking at adjusting to different environments, so difficulty in adjusting to different environment. What we found though, even though for men, bereavement and loss was high up in the list, for women it wasn't such a big deal. They're okay. So those interpersonal relationship things might be related somewhat to that. None of them though reported burnout. And I'm not sure if it's because we didn't ask specifically for are you feeling burnt out, and therefore it's not reflected in this data. So, same thing I was just talking about. So I also looked at, okay, let me look at harassment. Maybe there's harassment in our workplace by executives, even patients. We do allow for our people to tell us if there's harassment by patients as well. And in fact, what we found is that 18% of problems were reported by males versus 81%. So there is harassment in our workplace. And that might be the reason why they are stressed, they are leaving, they are feeling burnt out. You already have interpersonal issues, over and above all the other economic issues that we know of. And then you get to the workplace that is not conducive to you caring for others. So I thought, why do things look the way they do, right? Why? Why is it like we are mostly the people in that environment and yet we are the ones who are feeling the brunt of being in it? Why is it like that? And then a few things jumped out. Structural challenges. If you look at it, most women that are in healthcare quite young. But what happens is that they also start families in that time, don't they? And then they take a break in their career, or they try to juggle. It's very difficult to juggle in healthcare, because healthcare is so demanding. And now you have this demanding job, and a demanding new family and a baby. And you have to make it work. So even if there's promotion opportunities, are you going to jump at that? You're not going to be the first one to raise your hand because, geez, Lord knows you have enough to do. You have enough on your plate. And then you get to a panel that interviews you for this so-called promotion. They look at you with your baggy eyes and maybe leaking breast pads and think, what are your career aspirations? I just want to cope with life. You're not going to get very far, right? And the panel will not be understanding, because for the most part, people with power in leadership are male. We just found that out. So do you think, and then they ask you, where were you for the last 4 years of your career? You couldn't cope with the baby and the patient and everything, so you decided maybe I must just do one thing at the time, and now you're trying to get better at it, but you have that gap, and that there's this male counterpart who doesn't have a gap, no bags, no leaking breasts, you know, and the guys can sort of identify with him, and so he gets the leadership role, right? And so those are the things that we need to start looking at. And also when you're going to source outside, you find that for senior roles, the hiring pools are very small in terms of women who have had previous senior roles. And we are not willing to give a novice a chance, are we? Because for some reason, a guy, we can believe that, no, he can give it a shot. But a woman, prove yourself a little bit more, right? And then the institutional barriers. Maybe in your organization, the culture is that males are always in charge. How many female profs do you know? Okay. Now here's this young person who's like, I want to be the prof of this department. No, we've never had a female prof. We're not sure we can trust them. She looks too young. She might actually fall pregnant just next year. And all our hard work, boom, gone. So, nah, maybe a deputy or whatever. Let's just see how this works, but not quite the head of department, right? And those are some of the things. And sometimes, because we have so much on our plates as women, we can't bring our full selves to the table. Whereas a guy can stay up all night to come up with a solution for whatever problem. You have to cook, you have kids to prepare, you have a house to sort out, as well as other matters. So are you going to bring your full self to the job? Understandably, you can't, right? And also you have perceptions to deal with. As a woman, people don't believe you at face value that you are capable, do they? Mm-mm. You have to convince them. Work 100 times harder. When you are sitting in a non-inclusive group of males and you have a suggestion or idea that can work, how many times must you have to speak up to be heard? And the guy next to you says exactly the same thing and everyone's like, yeah, that, let's do that. But you just said it. You just did. So, this is what we're dealing with. So now, how do we fix this? How do we get the change we want? We want events like this that show us that it is possible. There are women who hold these roles and are successfully holding them. And they don't have to be of a particular creed, particular age. Just capability alone is enough. Highlight these people enough. Thank you. Highlight these people enough and pair them with up and coming young women. And so, let's be deliberate about pairing. Let's be deliberate about mentoring. Let's be deliberate about supporting her. We are not. How many of you are mentors? Well done to you, ladies. How many of you would like to mentor? The same one that are mentoring can't be the one liking to mentor. But do you see? Why won't you want to mentor? You don't think you're good enough. You don't think you're experienced enough. You don't think you have the time. You don't think you have something to share. Chew on that. We also need to create talent pools. And this is deliberate actions in your own workplaces. Who are the ladies that you can see? These guys are superstars. What are you doing to ensure they remain superstars? What do you do? Just, oh, well done, here's a little gift. You were a high performer for the month. No. Map careers for them. career path them to the highest possible level in your organization. Do that. Be deliberate. And also have metrics that can be used by anyone in your organization to measure performance so that biases don't come and cloud the picture. You can also, where possible, provide flexible work arrangements. I know in our environments it's very difficult. I work in pathology, so there are times where you can, because I can authorize off-site. Is the work being done? Yes. Is the quality good? Yes. Then by all means, what's the problem? And make sure those people that are working off-site feel part of the team. Deliberate. And you need to measure if whatever you're putting in place is working, because if you don't, you won't know if you need to change or adapt it so it can work. And like I did, going into my backyard and searching to see if things look the way I want them to look, is the only way you will know where to fix and how to fix. And even solicit advice from the very people that are working in that environment. There's a world of knowledge that we just sit on. The young people say you're sleeping on the people. Don't sleep on them. The very people in the team, those at the forefront of what happens in your organizations, are the ones who may have the solutions you need. Those women are the ones. Right. So in that same Deloitte study, it said that gender equality leaders in organizations that have that, those women felt genuinely included, right, and supported in their careers. But that didn't happen by mistake, and it's not going to happen by magic. We need to make sure we do it. And 87% of those people who received mental support also actually were happy in their work, and hopefully resulted in far fewer resignation because of burnout and stress and harassment. And if environments are inclusive, how much harassment do you think will happen? I mean, I look at this audience now. It's very diverse, right? Go look at your organization. How diverse are they? So, we need to build inclusive and caring spaces because we are healthcare workers. We care. But we must first care for ourselves, for one another. You can't care for those outside of yourself when you're not feeling cared for. That is why you'll get complaints in the workplace about nurses are mean, they're so horrible, because they're not feeling cared for. They're not. And our industry is well placed to change that. We have more women. Women in their nature are collaborative. We say that, right? We have corporation of women in the rural areas because we're collaborative, right? We tend to be a lot more empathetic, and yet we haven't actually shown one another any empathy so we can care for our patients. We have higher pools of women that can ensure that we have more women leadership. In fact, I'm shocked we don't, because in fact, we have a lot more to choose from. And we can be a lot more understanding, because I know how it's like to be a new mommy and to try and work in our environment, right? I know. So why wouldn't I understand when you have bags under your eyes? I would. And why wouldn't I understand when your breasts are leaking? I won't even embarrass you. I'll just simply give you a breast pad. Isn't it? Yes. So, I ask you again, who are you? Healthcare workers. Yes, we've established you are heroes to others, right? You were the backbone of this pandemic. That's how we survived it. But who are you to yourself, to your colleagues, and to the industry? And who are you going to be to ensure that we change the status quo? Who are you going to be? remember this. We have to work 10 times more because we don't have representation, right? And we have too many responsibilities. But we are more collaborative. So we can do this. And we can do this because we need to finally see us, understand us, and support us, so that we can, in fact, feel like the heroes the society sees us to be. Are you that hero? Are you? Thank you for your attention.
Are there any questions from the floor? Right, I have three questions. We're not going to have time for more than 3 questions, so I'm going to pass the mic to you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Melody, you touched on so many things around us, and I've observed that we are sort of a unique generation of women, because remember back then our grandmothers would stay at home to look after the kids. And if a mother had to go and educate herself, somebody else will take care of that role of child rearing. And also, the more you progress and you develop or evolve as a person, the more you share your roles with other people. But for some reason, personally as well, we are that generation of women where you are a mother, you are a professional, you are a wife, you are a support structure to so many people around you. And I think that because of that historical issue, we don't really have support structures, in the sense that it's not that people don't want to support us, but it's because they don't know how to. And I think that what you've raised to say that we need to understand who we are and be somebody to each other in a work environment, I think that is the only way out. That is the only way that we're actually going to find solutions to this dilemma that we have. Because if I'm with a colleague at work, then I am a mother, and then I am a wife, and I am a professional, and we want to progress academically, then that person is most likely going to be a good support structure, fitting support structure, than my mother at home or an aunt. And you talked about intentionality. And I've realized that sometimes even the very women that are in positions of leadership still hold a victim mentality. And I want to understand, how can women actually come to realize who exactly they are, so that they can start pulling people up, as opposed to actualizing down with every other woman as if they are still, in that place down there. Thank you.
Such a beautiful question, in fact. And I think it actually speaks to understanding who you are. So if you understand who you are, it doesn't mean that you are a perfect being, because none of us are. But you accept who you are, where you are. Then you don't have to actually gain power by victimizing someone else. And in that, you actually realize that there is more to gain by working together. When you're alone in high places, you're a lone voice. But when there's more of you, you can bring about the changes you need. That alone should actually drive you to want to have more of you around. Because what you can do as one person can never be the same as what you can do as many people, right? And the mistakes we make as women, especially women who happen to be that one sole person in the leadership role, is to think that it looks great because I can be one of the guys, I'm a special person. What you need to start understanding is that you're not going to get very far alone trying to drag this load by yourself. You need help. And the sooner you realize that, and that help doesn't take anything away from you. When you bring other people along with you, it doesn't take stuff away. It actually adds to who you are. If you can remember that, the load is better carried with more people. Why would you want to carry it alone? Remember that, then you will stop pushing people down. You actually will do more to get a lot more in your corner, so you can actually change things.
Ask if you have a question that you please keep it brief. As I've said several times, I'm trying to be a timekeeper. There you go.
Thank you so much. I will be brief. Thank you. You speak to the challenges we are currently experiencing within our own organization, and we are a volunteer organization. And my biggest challenge is trying to build the confidence in the younger generation and within my own generation. I've been fortunate enough to have great mentors who've encouraged me to take a leadership position. But I'm really battling to get those younger women, and I'll be honest, of color, to gain the confidence in stepping up and mentoring, or even just saying, look, I'll put my hand up and I'll try it out. So how do we bridge that challenge?
I think you are speaking to what we sometimes face in Lancet, because we have so many young people, right? But it needs you to be patient. Sometimes the younger generation will not necessarily raise their hand, but they might be responsive to being shown just how good they are at certain things. Look at you do that. So you can start in small bites. You will do this for me. Don't necessarily label it. I am preparing you to be the great leader. No. And because that can be very scary. And we know that the younger generation like shy away from too much responsibility, like, you do that, I'm not doing that. So small bites, and you are deliberate but not too obvious. And then before you know it, you can show them, look, you did that. You did that. And you're not alone here. I'm right here with you, but you actually don't need me. But you did that. Example, when I learned to swim as an adult, my swim teacher, I was so scared to swim alone. So she used to, put her hand under my tummy so I can go. And then one time I did 4 laps, right? And then she was walking alongside me, but she didn't put her hand under my tummy as usual, but I didn't notice. I was going and going. It's only when she said, oh, did you realize I don't have my hand under your tummy now? Then I, freaked out. I said, no, you got this. You can do it. So maybe try that.
Hello, Mami. How are you? I'm good, thank you for asking. So in regards of She Heroes and having mentors, I am a lady in my mid-20s. The environment I'm in, there's quite a few ladies in a management program and then quite a few ladies under me. So having a challenge of being promoted to management at my age, the olders have a problem because I'm not worthy of it because of my age and my experience. And then those under me undermine the fact that one's higher than me think that way. So how do you deal with that, in an environment? Yeah.
No, I understand full well. I think you can see I'm not necessarily too old. So I have my own personal experience with that. So when I started art, I obviously was the youngest one in the room, or the youngest one in high school, the youngest one to complete, the youngest one to be a specialist, the youngest one to start, the youngest one to do all of that. So that is something I know full well. But I think firstly you have to trust in your skills, not to want validation from others so much. Because what we tend to do as young people, we want others to say, no, Chomi, you can do it, you're good. You know you can do it, right? Whether they validate you or not, do it. Why do you need approval first before you can take on a leadership role? Also, for those who are older, the reason why sometimes they might shake you up a bit is to test. Are you strong enough to deal with someone who doesn't necessarily agree with you, who's older than you? Can you, in fact, do what needs to be done without age being an issue? So when you are working, you don't have to have age at the forefront of what you do. No. You have to have your capability at the forefront of what you do. If you did that, it wouldn't matter whether you're 16, 25, or 50. Can you do the task at hand? If yes, then go ahead and do it. Does someone else believe you can? Does it matter? Do you believe you can? That's what matters. Then go ahead and do it.
Dr. Segefatsa Moletsi, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us. Next, we're going to be speaking about women in healthcare and the media. Now, as a media practitioner myself, I know that people have a very distorted view of what the media is. A woman who knows very well what the media is Kathy Machrobi. She's the founder and director of Quote This Woman, a digital media platform of over 650 women experts. She creates a way for those female voices to be heard by the media, who then shares it with the world. Kathy, welcome.
Okay, so you're plugging it in and you're playing.
Now, as you can imagine, having a hybrid event does pose some challenges. I can promise you I work with Kathy, so I know that what she has to say is going to interest you, but we just need to wait until we can actually hear what she says. So while we wait, and we don't know how long that's going to be, it might be 2 seconds and it might be 2 minutes. But while we wait, those ladies who came in late, first of all, hello to you. We are so happy to have you here. Now, if you've not had a chance to look under your seat, there's not just the bag on your seat, there's one under your seat. So while we wait for IT and for technical to fix this gremlin, first of all, find the gremlin and then fix it, why don't you just bear with us for a little bit?
for our database and help us platform them so that everybody can see them and emulate them. We want on our database the lion-hearted, unyielding women who are holding together healthcare communities and doing superhero work to build better safety nets in the parts of society they're working to improve. These are the giants whose shoulders we stand on to envision a better future, and I bet each one of you are one of them. So please nominate yourselves and others like you for our database at www.quotethiswoman.org.za. Number 2, when it seems overwhelming, try acts of micro-bravery, which is an idea that we learn how to be brave by taking small, brave actions. Small actions that are less overwhelming than embarking on one grand gesture that flies in the face of our greatest feelings of anxiety or powerlessness. In the context of being brave enough to take up space in a world that makes Women Plus feel invisible, an act of micro-bravery might be to start getting a media profile by signing up for the QW Plus database and saying to yourself, initially I'm just going to answer written media queries, not do radio TV, until I've done some media training. Number 3, keep imposter syndrome in check. Women Plus tend to believe that their successes are because of luck rather than because they've earned them. But this is exactly how structural patriarchy works. It imposes itself on women and makes them feel less than through the constant reinforcement of stereotypes. We need to be on the guard for this and see it for what it is, something imposed from the outside that needs constant vigilance to get beyond. Every time a woman exercises her right to speak, she joins a movement of other women who have reclaimed another inch of space in a world that is equally ours. Know that by speaking up, each of us is contributing to an incredibly important initiative to break down the entrenched and systemically unequal power structures of our society for the sake of the next generation. Thank you so much.
Kathy is joining us from Durban right now, but we've made an executive decision that we do not have time for questions. I think this is a very important issue. I think if you have a question for Kathy, go to the Quote This Woman Plus website and engage with her. You all have a voice. This is a platform to use that voice. And Quote This Woman Plus is not just for healthcare experts, it's for all women. So if you know of a woman or of a woman or women whose voices need to be heard, get in touch. Right. Our next topic is mentoring and coaching for professional women, something Dr. Tsegofatso also touched upon. But this time we have an expert from another field to come and share. Bryony Lieber is a self-leadership and career coach based in South Africa, and she works in the STEM skill environment, in the mining environment, if I'm not mistaken. Bryony, why don't you come up?
Liesl, thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Brenda Kubeka, for the invitation. I've known Brenda for the last 2 years during COVID, and it's such a privilege to actually meet her in person today. I think before I start, I also want to say thank you to every single person in the healthcare industry for taking us so bravely through COVID-19. I had a lot of friends, a lot of family, and a lot of clients who were directly and very badly affected by COVID, and recently lost a very good friend of mine to complications a year after he contracted COVID in July last year. So I'm deeply appreciative of the care and the love that everybody that I know has received. So thank you very much. So I come from the mining industry. Before I moved into mentoring and coaching, I had an 18-year career as a consultant in the mining industry in South Africa, Africa, and South America. And about 6 years ago, I burnt out. I was overworked, largely because I didn't have any boundaries in place. I cared too much. And I saw a lot of my fellow colleagues caring too much, not enough about themselves, but about everybody else, and burning out alongside me. And I took a 9-month gap from work, unpaid, resigned from my career, had no idea what I wanted to do. And in the process of taking some time for myself, taking some time to think and to care for myself, I realized that where my meaning and purpose comes from had been in coaching and mentoring the young professionals that I worked with in the mining industry. And so I trained to become a coach. And soon after I started my coaching career, somebody said to me, "You should join Women in Mining South Africa." And so I did, as a committee member, and now I sit as the mentoring lead for Women in Mining South Africa. And so I want to share some lessons. Thank you. And so I want to share some lessons from the mentoring program that we've structured over the last 2 years. Before I joined Women in Mining South Africa, I tried very hard to introduce a mentoring program at the company that I worked with. And I was quite militant about the idea that everybody needed to be mentored. And so I had a very, very structured program, and there were roles and responsibilities, and everybody had to sign an agreement, and you had to be paired with somebody, and it all fell flat. It was far too structured, and generally the people that the mentees wanted to be mentored by were 1 or 2 of the very popular senior staff, and they all got pressurized to have 20 or 30 mentees. The other people who put up their hand to mentor generally didn't get too many applicants because they hadn't made themselves known. They had a good intention, but they didn't know how to put themselves forward and how to build the relationships. Similarly, the mentees had expectations around what a mentor should do and what they as mentees didn't need to do. And a lot of that was around the mentor must run the process, the mentor should know what to do with me, the mentor should know what to mentor me on, and the mentor should know how to mentor me on absolutely everything. Needless to say, a lot of mentors failed. And I see this in a lot of the industries that I've talked to, is that one of the first problems is that mentors don't know how to mentor. And so I've done some training with various different companies on how to make mentoring matter, how to start with yourself. And I think the beauty of a mentoring program as a mentor is that it's a great opportunity to self-reflect, to think about who you were at the time that you were the age of the mentee that you're working with. What did you learn? What did you not know at the time? What were the questions that you wish you had known to ask? What were the things that you learned, and how did you go about the process of learning them? And so a lot of the work that I do is helping mentors learn how to mentor. I think another myth that I see so often is that, as I said, mentees think that a mentor is supposed to be this unicorn person who is able to mentor them on everything from technical mentoring through to life, through to personal relationships, through to everything. And so they uphold a mentor as this ideal that really doesn't exist. Mentors are just human beings with their own failings as well. And so often a mentor will start with a good intention and realize that they don't have the ability to mentor their mentee on what the mentee wants. And so a starting point there is get very clear on what you can and can't mentor somebody on. What is mentoring? Mentoring is about helping improve and increase the insights, the perspective, the knowledge, and the abilities of your mentee through your own wisdom and experience. If you haven't been there, you can't mentor somebody on it. And so I think it's really important that mentors self-reflect and look at what can I mentor on, what can't I mentor on, where do I want to and not want to go. and be explicit about that when you're starting out a mentoring relationship. I think the second myth is that mentees tend to believe that they should only have a mentor who's already reached the pinnacle of their career, okay? And it puts a huge amount of pressure on very few people. What I've learned in the process of running our Women in Mining mentoring group is that I learn more from our mentees than they do from me, okay? Many of them are, I would say, 2/3 of my age. And they know stuff. They've experienced stuff that I've never experienced. So while I believe I'm mentoring them and that my committee and the mentees that, or mentors that we bring in to talk to them, that we're mentoring them, at the same time in the conversations that we have, I'm lapping up all of the knowledge that they have, all of the lived experience that they have, that I've never had and never will have. But it gives me the ability to share those lessons and to internalize those things and to think about how to help them solve particular problems. So when a mentee is looking for a mentor, my advice is don't look at someone who's at the pinnacle of their career. Look at someone who's done something that you want to be able to do over the next 3 to 5 years and get them to hold your hand on that particular thing. Don't expect them to know everything. They don't. They're human beings. Be clear with them on what it is that you want to learn from them. And the third thing is manage the process. Good mentors are very, very busy people. They've got a lot of people asking them for a lot of things. And they genuinely care and they genuinely want to help. But they need you to help them manage the process. Set the sessions. Decide on what it is that you want to talk about. Do some prep beforehand. Come with questions. Be clear on the outcome that you want. I've had many mentees pitch up at sessions with me where we sat down and I've said, right, what would you like to talk about today? And when their answer is, I don't know, it's incredibly frustrating. And slowly but surely, those types of mentees have kind of been shifted out of my sphere. And the types of mentees that I work with now are ones who have done the prep. They've really thought about what they want to get from me and how to do that in a particular session. So they come with really good questions. But what I really want to share with you today is around the group mentoring program that we've implemented at Women in Mining South Africa. Our demographics, we've got probably about 7,000 to 8,000 members on our database. And our demographics are women who are between the ages of about 25 and 40, majority women of color, and all across South Africa. As you know, the mining industry is not in urban areas. It's pretty spread out. And so a lot of our members are not available to come to in-person meetings. And before COVID, all of our sessions were in person. We were generally talking to an older demographic of women who worked in the corporate mining environment, and our conversations were limited to that demographic. But we had a lot of people saying, you're not helping us. We, as people who work on mining operations, who don't have women leaders on our mining operations, who don't feel safe to talk to people about the issues that we're struggling with on our mining operations, we're the people that you need to be helping. And when COVID came along, it was a perfect opportunity to take everything that we did and put it online. And overnight, we went from talking to a more senior Joburg-based demographic to young professionals in the mining industry across South Africa. And that made it so clear to us that there was a need to be offering mentorship in a very different way to women, and that way would need to be online, and that the most effective way for us to be able to make an impact would be through a group mentoring approach. One of my big frustrations with paired mentoring is that it takes an enormous amount of effort to pair people correctly. And we weren't at a stage where we were able to do that. And I don't think we'll ever actually try to be at a stage where we do that. Because one of the things we've learned through the group mentoring approach is that people pair themselves organically. And when they pair themselves organically, the relationships are so much more sustainable, so much more rewarding, and so much more enriching. So that's the first thing, is we started where we were. Online, on Zoom, we put out an application. We said we think we can take up to about 50 people online. Apply. And the only criteria were anyone with between, I think it was 1 and 15 years work experience. We got a lot of applications, and we had to work through who did we think would be good mentees for our group approach. And in the first year, which was 2021, we had a group of 42 mentees from across South Africa. We met online once a month, and we had a group on LinkedIn where we talked in between our sessions, and we had a lot of prepared recorded material that our mentees could go through before the mentoring sessions. What did we talk about? Everything. We talked about inner critic issues and imposter syndrome. We talked about identifying intentionally who you want to surround yourself with, what we call your personal board of directors. We talked about advocating for yourself, being able to stand up in a meeting and negotiate your point, making sure that you're heard. We talked about communication. I think our first speaker said, I have a very big causa voice, and when I speak, I dominate and people are scared. Well, we had those conversations too, but we had them from this perspective of thinking preferences. How I communicate is very different to how you hear me. And a lot of our conversations were around stop speaking from your perspective and start stepping into your audience's perspective. And I think that was probably one of the most impactful couple sessions that we had, because after that, we started hearing from our mentees that their communication and their relationships at work were starting to transform. Not just at work, but in their personal relationships too. Because having the insight that you actually need to speak in the language of your listener is more important than just assuming somebody will know what your intention is. We do a lot of personal reflection in our meetings. So this year, we've amped it up quite a bit. We have 3 sessions a month now. We focus on specific themes each month. One of the sessions we open up as a panel discussion to all of our members, and the other 2 sessions are private sessions for our signed-up mentees. What I love about that is that we're now having a much bigger impact as well. We've got our private mentees who feel safe in a smaller group to talk with each other. They come away from each of those sessions saying, I didn't know that other people experienced these issues. I thought I was the only one. But I'm realizing that I'm in a group where I'm not alone. I'm in a group where I feel safe. I'm in a group where I realize I can mentor other people. I'm not just here as a mentee, I'm here as a mentor too. They're realizing that this is a beautiful opportunity to network with people outside of their organizations. They're realizing that it's a space where they can speak safely about issues within their organization with people who aren't their direct line managers, with people who don't have a vested interest in them being more productive, in them achieving a certain target, with people who have a vested interest in their care. And the open sessions that we have help us to talk about the same issues that we talk about in our small groups, but in a much wider platform. And in those platforms, we invite a lot of industry guests to come and talk as well, and so we hear broader perspectives. The group process was really where we were at. And so some of the advice that I want to give, because I think mentoring is needed in every industry, not just in the healthcare industry, not just in the mining industry. It's needed everywhere. But so often people say, well, how do we start? And my answer is start where you are. Start with what's easiest for you. Start with what is most meaningful to you and is going to help the people in your circle of influence. So that's the first thing I want to say. I think the second thing that I want to say is that mentoring takes a huge amount of dedication and time and effort. And you can make it as big as we're starting to make it, or you can make it as small as you can cope with. It's one of those things that starts to become a rolling ball down a hill, and our mentoring program is gathering a lot of moss. Next year, our plan is to start training mentors so that we can spread this mentoring program out into mining companies, have some of our past alumni start their own mentoring groups. And what I love seeing is that everybody we've selected onto this mentoring program came with an intrinsic motivation to pay it forward. And they're paying it forward in some very interesting ways. They're paying it forward into mentoring young girls at school in STEM subjects. So some of our mentees are teaching maths to kids on a Saturday morning. Some of our mentees are doing career advice sessions on careers in the mining industry. I don't ever remember anybody talking to me about the mining industry when I was at school, and I still don't hear too many people talking about that as a career at school. But we've got some of our mentees going out now and talking about mining as an industry, as an opportunity for young women. We've got a lot of our mentees who are starting to be big sisters to other young girls and to other young boys as well. And what I really love is how our mentees are starting to say to us, you know, we sit online and you only see my face, but my husband's sitting next to me listening to what we're talking about. And he's saying, I wish there was a mentoring group for us men, because we don't get the opportunity to talk about these things. And so we're mentoring other people, not even knowing that they're in the room. A lot of our mentees are saying, these are conversations I'm now having with my children. These are conversations I'm now taking back into the workplace, and I'm starting to mentor other people that work with me. And so the whole process is starting to gather momentum, and that was with us saying, we think we can handle about 50 people online. We definitely have some challenges. We haven't perfected it at all. We are only in the second year of this journey. And I think with a lot of our mentees, you're going to have to tell me the time because I could talk forever. Okay. With a lot of our mentees being in rural areas and trying to do their sessions from home, not from the operations, we do have data issues, we do have bandwidth issues, and all of our work is done online on video. So often we end up with some of our mentees not being able to attend live because they are doing shift work, much like you do in the healthcare industry. We record all of our sessions, we put them onto a private channel. Everybody is able to access all the sessions that we've had, whether they attend live or not. We talk about a huge amount of content, and we can't cover everything that we want to talk about in the short space of time that we have in our live sessions, especially with so many people attending. And so we pre-record a lot of the content that we want to share so that it can be watched ahead of time, and we then just talk in our sessions. That's been really useful because it makes sure that everybody that attends is in the same place and that we're working from a common base. We definitely have some drop-off, and we're still not 100% sure why, whether it's we have applicants who don't see the value, or they're having data issues, or they have shift work issues. But I would say that by the time we get to 6 months into the program, we saw this last year and we're seeing this year as well, we have about 50 to 60% of people actively attending. But I know that we have other people benefiting outside of that. Because we care so deeply, it can definitely be demoralizing to see the numbers go down. But we're learning to take the emotion out of it and realize that what we're doing is creating a platform, and that's all we can do. We can't force people to attend. And the fact that we have about 50 to 60 people attending every single session and engaging in every single session makes a huge We are sponsor supported. As Women in Mining South Africa, we're a non-profit organization. Everything we do is volunteer run. Everything is covered by sponsors or by our own time. And so that is where a lot of the work goes to as well. Just getting enough support to be able to run these programs, to be able to develop the content, to be able to market the opportunities, and to be able to implement the actual program. What I like about this being done through us as Women in Mining South Africa is that we're creating a platform where our women can network with each other outside of their organizations, and they're not just getting the benefit of mentorship, but they're getting the benefit of building really strong networks, a cohort of peers who in the future are going to be their employers, employees, bosses, directors, and professional network. And that for me is probably the biggest benefit, is that the relationships that have been created through this program are caring, they're supportive, and they are across the industry. I can see you standing up, so I know my time is up.
Bryony, you can talk all day and we can listen to you all day, but I think this is the start of a conversation. Before we go any further, I am going to allow 2 questions, but I just want to tell our viewers on Zoom that there are no slides. I believe someone complained that there was nothing to look at, only someone to listen to.
I'm sorry.
No. You don't have to apologize. That is how we roll. I think one of the things that happened during all these Zoom meetings is that we've become addicted to seeing and not listening. So as I said, I will allow 2 questions. Who has a question for Bryony? I'll come to you second.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Very insightful, and I've made some notes to take home with me. We are also a volunteer organization, but we found that in trying to provide content to our members during COVID, in our attempt to provide content to our members, we've gotten a bit of Zoom fatigue.
Oh, yeah.
Are you experiencing that right now?
Oh, absolutely. Zoom
and
fatigue
numbers
is
dropping?
a huge thing. Numbers haven't really dropped in our mentoring program, but there's a huge demand for in-person events. But the trouble with an in-person event is we're back then to limiting people to a geographic area. So our mentoring program forever will be online. It's a non-negotiable because we want people from the mining operations to be able to benefit.
Ma'am, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you.
Please stand.
Okay, thank you for that wonderful presentation. Before I ask a question, I just wanted to say that mentoring is a lot of the time made to be this big thing. But my belief is that all of us are mentors. Because if you walk the path, it only takes you walking the path to be a mentor. So I started my mentoring journey in medical school. I'm a medical doctor. I was in UKZN, and when we were 4th year students, they introduced mentoring for 1st year students. And I must say, for me, looking at those children back then, it was 1992. And it's so good when I see them doing great things now. So it's such a fulfilling journey. I just wanted to share that story, and I've mentored many other people after that. But my question then is, I'm a CEO of a hospital, and I find that my ex-boss, who is in the province, I work for government, suggested a mentor. But I think it's difficult when you are at that high level to find a mentor that resonates with you. I think the higher you go up the corporate ladder or the academic ladder, the more difficult it is to find a mentor. And most of the time in our workplace, we are given a mentor. But I think you should actually find your own mentor that speaks to you. Because I've had to fire that mentor. And now I can't explain to my boss why, because we just didn't gel.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with firing a mentor, and I think mentoring relationships can outlive themselves as well. My suggestion would be look for a number of mentors. At your level, there is no one mentor. I also want to pick up on your point around we make mentoring into such a big thing, but it doesn't have to be. To me, it's a way of being. Much like leadership is a way of being. You don't have to be a leader in a formal position to have leadership qualities. And I really think there's two things. We can be mentored by anybody, any experience, every single day, if we intentionally look for the learning in everything that's going on around us. And that means that as people in leadership positions, we have a responsibility to be very aware of what we demonstrate through our behavior every single day. Recognize that young people are looking at us every single day and going, that is the example that I'm following. Make sure that you are mentoring people consciously or unconsciously through the way that you show up every single day. Thank you.
As I said, that's just the start of a conversation, and I think these multi-sectoral conversations need to happen more and more. If you look on your program, you'll see it is already past the time for our tea break, but I've been informed that there's a little surprise for you. So before you get up to go help yourself to some tea, just stay a little bit longer. There's a performance coming up for us. Dr. Katlego, I am sorry we are running late, but after the tea break, we will be with you.
Oh, kancane kancane sekuqhuma amadivosi.
Oh, Salango Miami, oh, Salango Miami, oh, Salango Miami, oh,
Ladies, you are welcome to help yourself to some tea, a little eat. Let's be back at past. little bit off script. This session is going to run a lot faster. We're not going to take questions, but we have 4 segments. So I would like to introduce all the speakers to you first and just then indicate who you will be listening to. So we have a panel discussion, and our panel moderator is Dr. Bongiwe Vilakazi. Dr. Bongi is a qualified medical doctor. She's a health coach and speaker, and she is the founder and medical director of Wellness 360. She will be hosting the panel discussion. Then we will also listen to Nicolette Mudali on the impact of women in tech. Nicolette is a big picture thinker who is passionate about healthcare and is driven by her desire to solve complex problems. But the speaker I would like to introduce to the podium right now is Dr. Katlego Motudi. Now, we've been speaking about women in the workplace. We've been speaking about empowering women, but we know that we make up half of the population. The other half of the population, yes, as much as they have been keeping the ball to themselves, we need them to share the ball with us. And Dr. Katlego Motudi is going to speak about the role of men in creating a thriving workplace for women. Of course, Dr. Motudi is the managing director of the Board of Healthcare Funders. Doctor.
This way. Can somebody come and help me? Good morning, everyone. While we're waiting for somebody to assist with this, it's not moving there.
It's connected again.
You see this? So it's stuck. Yes. So it's important to pay your workers and pay them well. So this president in some unnamed African country was supposed to give a speech, and then he took his big bundle of papers and started reading off it. And you know the salutations often in these events are like very long, right? The King of Norway, you know, you thank everyone. And then he went to the second page and there was only one line. You're on your own, big boy. He hadn't paid the speechwriter, so I think we just need to get this thing moving so that we can be in sync.
Who is Elizabeth? Were you playing it off? There. There you go.
Oh, is it the one? Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Left and right. So you saw what happened, right? There were 4 men here. And one woman came and sorted us out. Thank you so much. Let me thank the organizing committee under the leadership of Dr. Kubeka. It's exciting for me to be here. It's a topic that I don't often talk about, but I'm excited to be here and be engaging in this dialogue. Lizel earlier talked about the lack of presentations. I'm breaking the mold. But just to help me stay structured so that I can also keep to the timing. So I've been asked to talk about, or at least ponder on what the role of men is in empowering women. And I thought in responding to that, I should look at maybe asking questions that would help us with the discussion. We'll contemplate what is it that we're talking about, why it's important, how do we then implement these thoughts, and then some trailing thoughts. The issue of empowerment is not that old, especially when it pertains to gender equity and focusing on women. It's only in the latter half of the 20th century where these discussions have gathered momentum and have started gaining importance in the way the dialogues or the discourse is held. The United Nations saw it fit as well in 1975 already to declare at that time the 80s or the latter part of the 70s as a decade of women. So there is some deliberateness, at least maybe at a policy level. And today we'll try and see what we can start doing at a more practical level, because there are a lot of things, especially in our country, that are in place. Some definitions, I won't go through every definition and every word. I just want you to look at some key words that I've underlined. The first thing is that we have to be deliberate. You can't talk about empowering somebody and put a policy and think that things will just roll off and happen. We have to be active, we have to have the intention and implement what is it that we said we'll do. The second area of importance that I'd like to emphasize is that it must be holistic. You can't talk about empowerment in only one sphere. And you'll see when I talk about the different types of empowerment that they are quite broad. Also, the outcome is important. Those that are empowered need to eventually be able to control something. Decision making, resources, and those are important. And they also must feel confident. There is a later slide where I emphasize the need for checking back on those people that you say you are engaging with, that you are empowering, to make sure that what you are doing is the right thing. In fact, you don't just check back, you check even before you do what you need to do to make sure that you are on the right track. So the types, there's probably many different templates. The one that I was looking at looks at 5 areas. The first one is that of social empowerment, and I've put this first because it's more relevant, because we are in the healthcare space. We're talking about healthcare. The main thing is health and wellness, but make sure that the health and wellness status is taking care of the women's needs. It's for survival, not just for their own survival, but for the family and community. And this allows for growth. The second one is education. Some argue that this is probably the single most important element, that anybody who's given the opportunity to study, especially at a higher level, then possess an instrument of personal development. And it expands in all sorts of other areas, intellect, well-being, and potential of empowerment in other areas. And as I've mentioned, that it is probably the single most important element. Economic empowerment is a powerful tool against poverty. And I want you to remember some of these elements because a few slides later, I want to talk about the relevance of what you are doing with what we need to do in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. Political empowerment, it said that you give people power, but they already have power. The main thing is, are they able to exercise it? They have a voice, are they able to say what they need to say so that, one, we can hear and then be able to effect or put into effect whatever it is that is recognized as their wants and needs. And another important element is the psychological empowerment. There's nothing as bad as somebody who possesses a lot of power, but they don't have the confidence to actually express themselves. And that is a big element. We talk a lot about gender-based violence, and people focus, I think, rightfully so, on the physical aspect. But psychological element is also crucial, probably even more important because it disempowers people. They cannot take decisions. They cannot implement anything. So why are we focusing on women empowerment? There are some thoughts. I won't go through everything. It's said that women comprise in healthcare, 70% of the workforce all over the world are women. The second boss is even more heartbreaking, is that in general, women deliver global healthcare, but men lead it. And that's one of the things that we should then use as a yardstick eventually to say, are we winning? When you say we are empowering women, those two boxes must start changing positively. And these things are taking a toll on women. Some studies are already showing that people are discouraged. In the UK, they ran a study, in fact, USA as well, that 43% of women are already feeling that they don't want to be working in such an environment. They are considering leaving the profession. My organization also has the privilege of running the practice code numbering system. And we register healthcare practitioners who want to offer their services in the private sector. When we look at the statistics, we realize that the average age of active women in healthcare in South Africa is lower than that of men. And it's not by coincidence. What happens is that women enter the system, but they leave early. There are many other reasons. We can talk about them, whether it's domestic duties, feeling disenfranchised, etc. But we are unable to put up an environment which women feel that they can actually thrive in. What is also important is that when we empower women, or don't empower them, we actually disadvantage the entire system. Now imagine if 70% of the people that are providing the healthcare are not feeling empowered. You're actually wrecking the system. So when we talk about empowering women at an individual level, at a population level, we're actually empowering the system, not just a gender. The other bugbear is the money issue, isn't it? When you look at the payment gap, it's about 28%, and these are studies from all over the world. Even if you correct that for the time that people spend in their workplaces, one of the papers that I came across says that on average, men work 4.5 hours longer than women in any setup. So even if you correct that, there's still an 11% gap in terms of payment. The Sustainable Development Goals which we are struggling to achieve, and I found the reason 2 days ago when I was reading now, and the reason is that empowerment of women is lagging behind. So we talk about universal healthcare coverage. We won't reach it if we do not empower women. And there are just a number of comments here that you can read at your leisure. But I think of importance is the last box there. that talks about Sustainable Development Goal number 3. It's interdependent with that of gender equity. If we do not pay attention to that, we will forever struggle in terms of achieving some of these goals. So, when I was reading up, I came across this sentence, and just to illustrate bias, I think I was filled with testosterone at that time. Now, just take 2 seconds and read this. Women's empowerment equips and allows women. But this is what I saw. Allows men to make life limiting. And I said, aha! I knew it. But the message really is that it's life determining. And I'm just putting this to say that our filters often inhibit our interpretation of the situation. And especially because we're talking about the issue of how men are supposed to interact with issue of empowerment. There are certain things that we need to be cognizant of when we tackle this discussion. I am now an improved male. It's reading life determining, not life limiting. Just other examples of bias. Disbelief in symptoms, those who are in clinical practice. There are many stereotypes about healthcare, just some examples. It impacts on how practitioners look at the opposite sex. There's a study here, 2018, I think it was in the UK, that male doctors, or even, let me say, including some female doctors, they view men with chronic pain as brave and stoic. But a female with similar challenges would be called emotional and hysterical. And often, when they analyze the profile of their practice, they'll say most females present to the practice with psychological issues. Yeah. And that already says they might not dig deeper into the problem. And what it means is that healthcare provision is compromised. And also there's this issue of exaggeration. And I don't know of any man who's ever given birth. So I don't know where that comes from. The other issue is this one. In corporate settings everywhere, workplace harassment, bullying, and discrimination. When they looked at older women doctors, they found that these elements actually persisted through their careers. I mean, I said in the opening slide that we started taking this thing seriously in the second half of the 20th century. It was declared in 1975. In 2020, there are people who are still saying they experience this thing, and even today, and possibly tomorrow and next year. The other issue is around the culture of bullying, that in 2019 there was a report on sexism, that there is a culture of bullying harassment towards women, especially when you look at the higher echelons. Not that it doesn't exist. I mean, if you look at most cases of sexual harassment, there are very few that are the other way, isn't it? Yeah. It will be women complaining about their male bosses. Mm-hmm. So how do we tackle this problem? The first thing, and I want you to look at this box. The first point is to empower men first. And that sounds like a misnomer or misguidance. But we need to empower men to challenge the prevailing norms and change their behaviors. In that way, they will empower women. And the reason why we need to do that is that there's this tussle of superiority. A lot of men believe that if they empower women, they're going to take their opportunities, they will be less employable, etc. The second reason is that there's this blame game strategy. A strong woman is always labeled a feminist. The sound is a bit, yeah. There's this negativism around efforts when they need to empower women? As I be closer. Okay. All right, thank you. The third element comes from the other side, that there's an element of mistrust about the intent when men are now trying to embrace their duties. So, and I'm bringing these elements just to highlight that the resistance will not just come from men, it can also be from women based on historical issues. So there is a need to empower men to make them appropriate to what they need to be doing. We need to move away from this us and them situation. And programs like this are important. There are many others, he for she, I support her, we are equal, that we have launched as well at the BHF. The other issue is that of perception, is that Lizel talked about the other half. We need to look beyond that. We need to say we are interdependent. We are not just doing this as an obligation because we are there, but our survival depends on the survival of the other gender, which makes sure that the community, the humanity actually thrives and survives. The other issue is how do we do it? Because there are so many elements to it. It's important that men speak to other men in some of this fora to say that these are the challenges that we have, and we reflect as men on the changes that we need to do. We should not ignore men in the design of these policies. If anything, it will just make the situation worse. It will create that us and them divide. We need to be cognizant that it's a process. It's not an event, or we organize this today, it's enough, right? I think it's Brioni who talked about the mentoring, that it's a relationship and it's often long-term. Some general principles, I'll run through this very quickly. We make sure that the organization, especially the leadership, just reflects on the issues of feminism. We must let women lead the way. We must ask them how we can be better in relating to them. We need to know what their experiences are. We also need to let women determine whether we are being helpful. And we'll never assume that we've arrived. I think one of the interesting things, usually when you go into board meetings and the executives report, they'll say, these are agenda stats. We've got so many. And it's a proud moment, right? And it's that assumption that just because I've hit the target of 70%, we are okay. And that's not the end point. And I've talked about the issue of encouraging other men. We need to educate ourselves and also be deliberate. Sacrifice also opportunities to put women in front. And then also accept that there are some conversations that women must have on their own. In fact, some paper suggested that it must be an 80-20. Men must be involved in 20% of the discussion, because there are certain things that women will not say, well, I'm in the room, but it will be easier when they are talking as their peers. So there are formal programs. I won't go into too much detail because of time. This I took from an Australian paper written, I think it's Musa, Boyle, and others, about advancing women leadership. They're from Australia. And they list these 5 areas about things that you need to put into place in the workplace. The processes, talking about leadership commitment. Those targets that I talked about, it's important to have them so that we can know and be able to review and measure them. This is one important one, work-life integration. I spoke about the PCNS report that showed that a lot of women actually leave the workplace much earlier than their male counterparts, because some cannot balance looking after children, looking after the family and other responsibilities. How friendly is the company that you are working with in terms of making sure that it's comfortable for women? Can a woman take a child to work? Is there a crèche nearby? Would they be ridiculed if they are nursing a baby How about issues like, they call it rotational or part-time leadership, where people are allowed to be able to impart their skills in certain aspects of the job, but still be able to step away from it to look after other things. The issue of awareness engagements, part of what we are doing here. Issue of organizational role modeling. Make sure the issue of mentorship that was spoken about, let's be deliberate about it. Make sure that there are those opportunities that are available. Talk about inclusivity and highlight issues of diversity. Mentoring and networking, training, let's have plans, let's be deliberate. Make sure that people are given both the formal and informal opportunity to do the work. And the support tools. When we recruit, other than just chasing targets, let's make sure that we are deliberate about looking for the cream of the crop in women that can then lead the organizations. Make sure that we retain them as well. When I was working in a district hospital some years ago, I was having an argument with the finance manager and was saying that, no, it's because we don't pay people enough in government. That's why people then said, no. A person looked at the advert. Government salaries are not a secret. So they actually apply, right? They apply for the job. They had accepted that they'll be paid at this thing. And I said, it's the soft issues. It's that thing that when you're on call on a Saturday, and I started working in the hospital in my teens. So some of these things were important, like soccer, for example. You'll be on call, and there's a big game in the afternoon, right? Now you'll be tempted to sneak off to your flat to watch while casualty is calling you. But if there's a little TV room, even if it's black and white in the call room, you will stay, isn't it? Is there a microwave to warm your food? So they can carry food from home and warm it instead of rushing out to the shop outside and spending an hour instead of 5 minutes. And I argued that these are the soft issues that must be implemented in the workplace to make sure that we retain people. And those are important. And then you need to measure and evaluate. So, just some concluding remarks. I know I'm late, but it's okay, I'm a man. So genuine empowerment, leaders must be involved. So it's not something that you're going to say, HR, run with this. You as a leader of organization or head of department or a partner in an organization, you have to take advantage, you have to take charge of it. Make yourself available, coach, mentor, guide, and also inspire. It means that you must have frequent and highly involved interaction, not just about the work issues, but about those issues of empowerment. And now my picture is not appearing. So there's a book that I had put out there. It's called The Making of a President. It's written by a guy called Doug Weed. He was a presidential advisor through quite a number of presidents. I think started in the Ronald Reagan era up until George W. Bush. Now, he interviewed, I think, about 9 presidents and included in about 150 people that were linked to the presidency, children, descendants, etc. And what he was trying to find out was, what defines a president? What makes them presidential or makes them become available when a chance comes and they are asked to put up their hand? What he saw, and some of these things, is often in the family, the choice was not obvious about the leader. So there's often who would regard to be a weaker child, and there's a stronger child. And we often don't set goals for them because they appear to be weaker. The same thing in your teams, right? There are those people who are very loud, very verbose, and they, on the succession plan, they become your 2IC, isn't it? And there's that other person who works diligently, does not say much in meetings, but they could have leadership qualities that you're not picking up. So it's not always the obvious choice. The second thing that he picked up was that there's often a story of a very strong or absent father. Now, a strong father might not relate to the obvious child. In fact, there might actually be abuse, right? Or an absent father. But the most interesting was that there was a close or doting mother. The issue of affection and connection. And he said most of the presidents actually fit that bill. I mean, this was written in the late 90s or early noughties. But you saw even the second last president, Barack Obama, right? Absent father, doting mother. Would we have picked him? Not really. He's a Kenyan refugee, right? So you have to be deliberate about empowerment, going beyond what is obvious. Now, I relate to this. I up until the age of 14, I was brought up by my mother and grandmother as a only child. Now, I was interviewed a little while ago about life lessons. And I said, probably the best thing that my mother told me was, well, it was often in admonishment, I'd been naughty. And she would say, I'm not going to spoil you because you're an only child. But in that, there was a lesson of entitlement. And what it led to is that you must never deserve something until you actually deserve it. Now, a lot of what I've learned in my growth into leadership, I actually realized came from the soft lessons in my childhood. There was an incubation because of the care of that setup. So I strongly resonate with this. Often when I go to family gatherings, and I think some of you, because you're very busy people, will also resonate with this, is that they would not recognize me, especially the older generation. And they say, Kana, who are you? And I say, I'm Katlego. So I think those who know me as well, I always use my first name when I introduce myself. And then they will look at me puzzled, and I'll have to explain myself. Now, this is my proudest moment when I tell them, I'm Katlego. I'm Matsati's son. There's a title that I most revere, because that's what made me, I believe, to be what I am. Now, most of us were, I'm sorry, most of us were brought up by women. They might not have been strong in the eyes of the community, but they produce people like you and I who are something. So I feel as a man, we are obliged to pay it forward, return the favor. Thank you very much.
What is that? Yeah. Is this your one? No, this is my phone. No, this is mine.
Oh, is it yours?
There's your one.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. It's you see, the men mustn't touch it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go. He's gonna fix it now.
you. Okay, great. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk today. I think when technology hasn't really been on our side, it's a brave moment for me to stand up here and talk about health technology. But today I'd like to use my slot to start a very important conversation about women, about health, and about the system that we basically are dealing with on a daily basis, right? Both as doctors and patients. So I want to start with this concept called the gender health gap, right? And I read a little bit about it, but it was astounding to me in preparation for this talk how kind of severe it is. But basically what this gap refers to, it's a key factor in addressing the inequities and inefficiencies within the healthcare systems around the globe. And so while some people may be cynical about the fact that this is a very real challenge, it is in fact a very, very real issue facing women everywhere in the world today. So medicine has largely been based on this assumption that male bodies represent the entire human population as a whole. So clinical trials and diagnostics, for example, take the male body as the standard and have disregarded the fact that, for example, drugs and medical conditions can affect women differently and disproportionately, right? And I'm sure all of you in the audience know this better than most of us here. So studies have predominantly been carried out on male test subjects, and this is what blew my mind, including even at an animal and cellular biology level. So even the animals and the bunnies that they're testing this on are male. So even medical products such as the oral contraceptive pill, which is used only by women, are based on male bodies. So they actually tested on male hormones, which was astounding to me. So we know that women have been underrepresented in clinical trials, and their specific characteristics have been overlooked in the development even of medical devices. So hip implants, for example, were designed with men's musculoskeletal, look at the, yeah, I know, that's the reaction I had, right? Were designed with men's musculoskeletal composition in mind, which results in the fact that women have a double higher failure rate than men when it comes to hip implants. And when women report pain, as our speaker alluded to, they are often dismissed as emotional or psychosomatic. And despite the fact that women's bodies metabolize some drugs more slowly, so that affects the recommended dosages, something that hasn't always been recognized and has contributed to them actually experiencing adverse effects twice as often as men do. So other than cancer, basically female conditions comprise less than 2% of the healthcare research done in the world today, right? Despite us making up 50% of the actual population. So when we consider all of this, we see that women are less likely than men to have their pain treated, to have their symptoms taken seriously, and to be given an accurate diagnosis, which is pretty scary, actually. But not all is lost. So governments and regulators are realizing this as a very, very real challenge that the world is facing today. So much so that in England, in February this year, they passed for the first time ever a women's health strategy, which was basically the aim to eradicate gender inequality in the NHS and to improve care for women. So, but what is changing is this evolution of big data and algorithms determining how healthcare is delivered, whether through Fitbits, period trackers, apps, or even online diagnosis tools. Technology has and is proving to be quite a great enabler for healthcare in general. And specifically for us as women, Femtech, which is kind of known as the female technology arm of technology, is starting to drive this revolution. So Femtech is a fast-moving sector. It's already changing our approach to women's health, and it's one of the fastest growing sectors, and it's predicted to grow to $75 billion by 2025. However, despite kind of Femtech being so impactful, it is still a tiny, tiny proportion of what actual investment is going into health tech in general. So basically, Femtech only makes up 3% of what is being spent on innovation and in health technology to date in 2022. But despite this, we see a very, very large, growing number of female-led femtech organizations that are changing the game for women and their health. So several aspects have helped kind of propel this agenda of femtech and the impact that it can make, and that's largely been contributed by more women taking up tech roles that were traditionally held by men. And as this representation grows, we're starting to see greater awareness of women's healthcare issues, and we see more women inventors on the technology side, business leaders, and healthcare executives, most of you sitting in this room today, devising and instituting new technologies designed to eradicate this gender imbalance in both medical research and in actual practice and delivery. But with everything, there comes challenges. And these challenges mainly relate to kind of 4 key aspects, right? So first and foremost, it's this lack of sufficient funding into female health tech, as I've alluded to the stats earlier. The second issue is that this idea of femtech is not mainstream yet. So we don't see the big research and development companies actually buying into this idea. So the fact that these are, standalone women looking for VC funding and actually then taking it upon themselves is proving to be a slower, realization into what this actually could be. Then, as I mentioned, the underrepresentation of female leaders as decision makers within healthcare and technology is playing a real issue in hindering kind of the progress of this type of development within the world today. And this is also astounding for me, but this idea of the pink tax, I don't know how familiar everybody is of it, but this is basically an unfair tax that is levied against products that are specifically directed to only women. And whilst we may think this is ludicrous because, most of the kind of men-targeted products specifically don't attribute this tax, if we think about something as simple as menstrual products, this is globally something that governments have been fighting for the last couple of years. And even in South Africa, menstruation products have only been 0 rated in 2019. So all these years, women have been disproportionately taxed for something that is biological, right? Yeah, I know. But hope again. So I like to kind of take it up and down clearly. And so I think where we're seeing most of the changes is not just globally in the US and the European markets. We've actually started to see this revolution enter into our own African space, right? So this impact of femtech is actually still on the rise, and closer to home, there's a lot of African women who are adding to this charge and changing the conversation and the narrative within this industry. So the first one that I just wanted to talk to you guys about is Utero, South African born, which we should be very proud of, but it's a South African female software engineer, Pabi Malloy, and this app that she's developed allows women to track and predict when to expect their next period, right? So a 2014 UN report is actually what spurred her on to develop this app, because it found that 1 in 10 girls in sub-Saharan Africa have missed school due to their period, right? And some girls are reporting having missed 20% of their entire schooling career due to the fact that their period comes on every month. So there's this persistent stigma surrounding menstruation, and this is a source of shame for most girls, embarrassment, and of course, as we know, mental health challenges. So this means that Utero is not just helping women kind of manage their menstrual biological cycles, but it's also allowing them to receive a full education. So how impactful is that, right? Then if we move kind of west, a Nigerian-born startup company, a female founder who's a robotics engineer, Nextwear Technology is the company that she's developed, and essentially their flagship product at this moment is what is known as a smart bra. So basically what the smart bra can do is detect cancer in the earliest stages for a woman. I know, incredible, right? So basically, she's used nanotechnology, and she's inserted these into the safe-to-use bra, and it's been tested according to, up to US and European standards. So the nanotechnology causes no harm to bodily tissues, and what it does actually mean is that women can conduct checks in the privacy of their own homes in a few short minutes, right? So eliminating the need for these hospital and doctor visits to go and do mammograms. So she's actually saving lives with this invention, right? By this detection. Then Kasha is another interesting one. It's up there. So Kasha is basically a Rwandan-born company. And this is an e-commerce platform that's targeted specifically to women. They call it the Amazon marketplace for women. And it basically delivers a huge range of products, right? So both from kind of menstrual care, contraceptives, sexual health testing, pharmaceuticals, beauty products, and so much more into the Kenyan and the Rwandan markets, targeted specifically at women in both rural and urban populations, and allowing them to access products that they may not necessarily have had access to prior to this platform. So Kasha has a really impressive founder. She previously worked for the Melinda and Bill Gates Foundation. She's been involved in Microsoft. She's a technology kind of developer. And she's making a lot of inroads into the global market just because of that issue I raised earlier around the credibility of just these single female startups. So she's really starting to change the conversation within this space. And the last startup that I just wanted to talk to you guys about is Nabta Health. So basically, this is a digital and traditional healthcare platform to address a range of women's issues, basically with its affordable cutting-edge healthcare and wellness platform, right? So really treating women as a holistic individual as opposed to just having kind of proactive medical needs. So this platform allows access to women from the Middle East, Africa, and South Asia. And it's personalized, which is a big deal for women, and is offering a range of products and services, right? Including clinical advice, health recommendations, and even remote consultations. So using machine learning, and that's kind of the bare bones of this platform, promises to detect, diagnose, and treat chronic diseases and conditions such as polycystic ovary syndrome, and then treat kind of consequent infertility by providing an earlier diagnosis. So we know PCOS and how it kind of disproportionately affects women. So it's basically creating not just better health outcomes, but better quality of life for women who may go undiagnosed in this field. So I think these real life examples are showing us that change is actually happening within this space, right? And that's even close to home. And we're starting to change the conversation around this, and we're starting to see massive impact in how these topics and these type of forums are being received within the technology spaces in general, right? But, and the fact that these women have done these things, these amazing things, and had such a massive impact, I suppose, with very little to no funding, essentially, show two key things, right? And the first thing is to show to everybody that there really are white space opportunities in this area, and companies, big companies, should be more excited about it, right? Because women are a massive market within this globe. And secondly, what it shows is that the uptake of these products is showing the great need for these type of innovations within our communities, right? I mean, these are things that are essentially saving our lives. So where to from here? And I think certainly for me, working within the technology space and within the healthcare space, I do see a shift, and I think that the future is bright, right? Increasingly within technology and healthcare, we're seeing the promotion of gender diversity in healthcare leadership. And whilst the change is slow, and I think we can all agree with that, company trends and the appointment of senior female leaders is growing, right? And so it is slowly starting to shift. But we as women play a critical role in this conversation. So we need to use our voice and highlight these discrepancies, and then actually get involved in co-creating the solutions to drive our own change, right? So whether that means participating in designing these products and services, creating the platform for women's voices, or even just continuing these conversations back in our respective environments, that is critical to actually moving forward to us as a collective, right? So female health and the gender gap can only be closed when we are intentional about driving this change. And I think our speaker prior to me also alluded to this, right? We play an absolutely critical role in driving impact And as a collective, we can do so much more. So let's keep in touch, let's share ideas, and let's drive impactful change. And we can only do that by continuing this conversation. So thank you for the time today.
Thank you, Nicolette. Dr. Bongi, won't you take the panel discussion forward, bearing in mind that we have lunch after this?
Thank you so much, Liesl. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to Dr. Mutudi and Nicolette for your beautiful presentations. I have the pleasure as well of introducing Ms. Umunyana Rugage. She's a human rights lawyer and the executive director at Section 27. Maybe I'll just give her a few minutes for her to give us a little bit of what what she took in from the presentations. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thanks for the invitation and these wonderful presentations. As I came through the front gate this morning, some very friendly security guards ran to my car and said, "Good morning, doctor." And I said, "Oh, I'm just a mere lawyer." But it's such a pleasure to be with all of these wonderful doctors and health professionals this morning, and happy Women's Day to everyone, or happy Women's Month. As Dr. Bongi has said, I am a human rights lawyer, and I have practiced in the area of health rights for many years, about 12 years actually, since I've been at Section 27. And I think that what I took from these presentations, and I had some of the talking points that Dr. Katlego had as well, around the fact that the majority of healthcare workers are women, and yet those spaces are dominated by men, and decision making is driven by men primarily. But I think for me, the key point is that women are whole human beings, right? Dr. Brenda and I have had discussions about how men are considered humans and women are considered female humans. And it's really about thinking about women as whole humans, and the fact that we all must have dignity and equality in all the spaces in which we operate, whether it's in the workplace, in society, and we have to be honest about the fact that we live in a patriarchal society, and that there are many pushes and pulls for women. Women primarily lost their jobs at the beginning of COVID. The first 1 million jobs, the vast majority were lost by women because of the patriarchal society that we live in, and the fact that women's jobs tend to be temporary and vulnerable to some extent. And so we saw that there were fewer women in the workplace due to COVID, and we are still yet to recover. And meanwhile, we're talking about we need to build back better, we need to build back post-COVID, and we need to ensure that women are at the decision-making table in that building back, because of the fact that we contribute so much to the healthcare sector as well as to society and to the economy. And the global statistics show that diverse decision-making is the best kind of decision-making, and we need to ensure that women are at those tables as well. So I think as whole human beings, I think the access to healthcare services, the point of access, also needs to be considered. I work in health rights, and very often that means looking at areas where there are barriers to access for women. Women can't access contraceptives, particularly young women, because of the system that we're working with and the failures in that system. And so we need to ensure that the reproductive, sexual and reproductive health care is available, particularly for young women who we know are the main drivers of the HIV epidemic. And so we need to have facilities that are responsive to young Black women. And ensure that they can get a contraceptive at a health facility. Ensure that they're not shamed when they go to access an abortion. And ensure that there are enough health workers to be able to provide those kinds of services without judgment. And creating safe spaces where women can access healthcare services. I saw a story very recently about a woman doctor who was about to give birth. She was in hospital, she was all ready, she was in her hospital gown, and there was a woman next door who was going to deliver sooner than her, and her doctor had not yet arrived. And so she stepped out of her own hospital bed to go and deliver that baby. Baby was delivered successfully, and then she went back to deliver as well. So women need to be able to have safe spaces in health facilities that promote dignity and equality. And for me, that really comes out, there are tech solutions, there are policy solutions, but dignity should be at the heart of healthcare services.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Umunyana. That was very informative. So in your thoughts and the way that you see it, you mentioned contraceptives, access to health. You mentioned a couple of things, a pregnant doctor delivering her own baby, having to assist. How can people in the leadership roles currently make sure that they facilitate sort of those spaces so that everything moves in the right direction for women in terms of healthcare?
Yeah, I think that the idea is to ensure, as Dr. Katlego has said earlier, that we have safe environments where women can thrive. And I think that there's always this kind of a pressure on younger women to step into leadership roles when they're not supported. And there needs to be structural support as well as the kind of mentoring that was spoken about earlier. But the structural issues need to be there. So there needs to be real pathways for growth within workplaces so that women know, we always hear on, I read on LinkedIn all the time, men who are unqualified will apply for that job. Women will not, and so they will not have opportunities. And so there's a need to have a very clearly set out growth path so that women can benefit from a leadership track.
Okay. And also, we speak about leading with integrity and good governance. Is there really a way to measure, and anybody can answer, like how do we track, how do we measure? Because that's what we want to sort of strive towards. But how do we make sure that we put structures in place that work and that are measurable and that can be checked by anybody, basically?
I think the issue of leadership is central. The first challenge is to have credible leaders, because we cannot hope and pray when we have the wrong people leading us. So it means we have to be deliberate about the people that are appointed, elected to lead us. Secondly, we ensure that in our assessment of their fitness and propriety, they are also given tools, whether they are from a developmental, educational point of view, and also decision-making powers. Because you could have a credible leader, but they cannot make decisions. And as a result, they cannot lead effectively. The other thing is the I don't think there's enough dialogue even amongst the leaders. Everything is so fragmented, and if you will allow me, Doc, just to relate the story, I was invited recently to be part of a project in a place not very far from here, where there's a school, very underprivileged setup, where the teacher noticed some, I would say, aberrant behavior, where every Tuesday and Thursday the kids did not turn up for school. When they turned up for school the following day, that's Wednesday and Friday, they were often ill. And on investigations, you found one, they were destitute. So on Tuesday and Thursday, there are companies that dump food not far from where they stay. And they actually don't go to school and go scrounge around. They eat the rotten food, they fall ill. Now, it's quite a long story and quite involved, but what I'm trying to place that it's a place of education. There are health issues, there are social issues. You cannot, as a leader, say, I'm focused just on education, because you'll miss the other needs. So it's important, over and above the credibility of the leaders, to have enough direction that is brought by the conversations that we need to have about these challenges.
And maybe if I could just add also, I mean, because your question referred to kind of those governance structures and the regulations within the systems, right? And I think it's also, as leaders and organizations, to be honest about what actually we're measuring, right? So, I mean, most of the stats that I've seen, we just look at kind of gender diversity within organizations holistically. So for most healthcare companies, we know we're going to win that battle, woohoo, you know, over 50%. But it's about having those tough conversations around saying, we need to measure the right things. So how many of that 50% of your work population is actually sitting within leadership, right? Or actually on that talent track, or actually have a plan associated with support structures or whatever that may be. So it's about also having those honest conversations around the fact that this is a very real issue and we need to actually start addressing it.
I'm glad that actually today we're starting this conversation on this topic, because it's when we start to talk about things that we can actually come out with actions and what we need to do in our own sort of individual spaces as well. I like that Nicola today went and spoke about health tech, because I've been thinking, if we look at all industries and we look at the whole value chain, so even in health, you know, we think about nursing and medicine, you know what I mean? But there's a huge a long value chain. So is there a place, and we struggle, I mean, I'm a medical doctor, and like many of you, I struggle with the same life cycle issues of marriage and children and career growth and whatever, everything coinciding and happening at once. Is there a place that you can think of, perhaps in the whole value chain of women in health, that is a natural fit perhaps for women, that we can look at and say, if we take some of those places from that particular sport of the value chain and apply it into the other areas, that could perhaps help give us solutions into sort of better working environments for women in health in general?
It's a difficult one. I think there are, I think, established disciplines in healthcare. We could look at maybe one of the oldest in nursing, where I think it has traditionally been a place almost prescribed for women, right? We have seen women leadership, whether you're talking from training perspective, leadership, and at least I think even up to the higher echelons of governance or leadership, you found that there is that, I would say, profile of where you can see a woman progressing through the various stages and also landing in leadership positions. But it doesn't stop us from even breaking ground in technology. There are, I think, already credible examples. You've mentioned the Nigerian story. What needs to happen rather is that the doors need to be opened. We're talking about entrepreneurship. We should make sure that women are afforded the opportunity. We have many programs in our own government, either through the DTI or whatever, that shows a preference to women.
I think we must be credible and be deliberate about that. We should not only open doors when somebody has passed the brown envelope. When we say that there's a consortium that needs 5 women and they'll be given a certain grant, let it happen, because it's the only way it will happen. So while there are templates, but I think even the newer part, we can have enabling legislation and processes that actually put women in the forefront.
Thank you. And I liked your comment in your presentation when you said when you're looking for talent, you don't just, as leaders, we don't necessarily just leave that to the HR department, but as an employer, you must sort of be involved in your own sort of talent. I have a short story of a lady who took a 10-year gap for whatever reason, for family reasons, and when she went back to work, obviously they were giving her a junior role and a smaller salary, and she said, can we just sign a contract for 12 months? Because she was able to speak to her employer, not just to HR, to say, I think I can add value to your organization, but this will not, I am not worth basically what you're offering me. This is a woman telling a man. And, but I will take 12 months on this. Let me prove myself. If you believe I am worthy, then you will put me where I need to be. So do you think there is a space for more of these conversations? Because, I mean, I think we should have an expected career gap for any woman, you know what I mean?
I mean, I know personally I can speak to this. You know, there's lots of programs. So I've recently gone through the hood, and there's lots of programs actually where women decide to take sabbatical for personal reasons and whatever. And now these big corporates are actually coming to the party to say, we're actually calling on the specific market of women. So, you know, women who are professionals and who've gone on to have babies and then need to take some time off or whatever it may be, and we'll coach and guide you back into the workplace, right, after a long sabbatical. And part of that is providing those support structures around making sure that they land without, I guess, the impact of being out of the career space for 10 years or whatever the case may be. So it's things like training, coaching, assigning them a mentor, even short-term contracts like this where companies aren't able to take the chance on a woman who's been out of the kind of business for so long. So I think we're seeing the change, but I think we need to be more intentional about it as organizations within this space. And to reference your earlier question, just around kind of, is there a single player within the value chain? I think the answer to your question actually lies in the question. This is a value chain within healthcare, and I think our biggest issue, so I've been on both sides, kind of the provider side of healthcare and now within the technology space, is that we treat ourselves as silos within the space. So the clinicians are there, the tech is there, the providers are there. So, and I think if we can start having that collaborative conversation, we'll start to solve a whole lot more.
Perhaps if we will take maybe 2 questions from the audience, because we are sort of running behind. If you want to think about your questions now whilst they answer this next question, I will take it. Oh, I already see hands. Give me 1 more second, I'll come to your hands. I've noted you, okay. All right, so I like that we're talking about this, but most often we like to preach to the converted, right? We like to preach to the converted. Dr. Mutudi mentioned that, there's conversation in terms of at policy level. Since the early 70s, we've been talking about sustainable development goals, how to incorporate, how do we make sure that women are well represented. Anything to add, Munyana, perhaps how we can filter this through? Because, for more than 30, 50 years, we're still talking about the same thing. How do we not preach to the converted?
So I think we are. I think we're good.
I think mine still works.
1, 2.
Okay, good. Thanks. I think we are speaking to the converted, but we also keep just moving the goalposts forward, right? So we talk about Millennium Development Goals, then sustainable goals, and they're not more achievable. than any other goal we've previously had. So for me, I think we need to just get down to the nitty-gritty and say we are going to achieve these goals, and we don't necessarily have to link them all the time to these grandiose, we're going to solve poverty kind of statements. I think that what we have to do is start to change the culture, especially around corporate culture. One thing that occurred to me is this gender pay gap that was mentioned earlier. This is a real thing. So as women move between employers, they often ask the question, what was your previous salary? Or what are your salary expectations? We should ban those questions, because women then continue to be underpaid from one to the next, from one employer to the next. And so it's just changing the culture around, let's create policies and sustainable cultures that respect women for their qualifications, for their experience, and for their life experience as well, because that is a real thing. And so I think for us, we need to really move past some of these very grand things that we then have reports about. We need to change our culture in the workplace.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take the first question. It was from the back.
Thank you. Dr. Mutudi, I think it's not necessarily a question, but when you mentioned nursing and the career pathing and leadership that happens in there, I think my heart rate quickly went up when anyone mentions nursing. I find it very odd that in that profession, where the majority are women, where you can, up in every level, would be leaders, would be women, they've still maintained a 7 to 7 shift as if it's normal. I can't imagine any mom who works from 7 to 7, doesn't see her kids, can't attend school functions, can't go to the grocery shops. And in that one part of this health care space, we've kept this, just this thing that is not, it makes no sense to me. And perhaps if there are leaders who are in nursing here today, that's the one thing that I hope we don't carry into the next decade. I hope we don't carry into the next generation. It makes absolutely no sense to accommodate any woman in a career where it would be 7 to 7 shift and it's normal. Thank you.
7 to 7 and wearing a pantyhose as well. I'll take your question.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies. You look beautiful. I just wanted to ask the leaders. I see here it says leading during a crisis, and it just takes me back. I'm thinking pre-COVID, and now it's post-COVID. And I just want to find out, how have the leadership strategies changed comparing the pre to the post? Because in the healthcare space, it kind of felt like one continuous process. So for people who got the bird's eye view, what are some of those leadership strategies that have changed comparing?
Thank you. Yeah, I stole your mic. I think COVID was a big eye-opener. It made things real for us. I often joke with my team around many of the elements that are tick box exercises. You know, there's a time when we prepared risk registers, and we would religiously complete them, tick the box quarterly, it's updated, disaster management plan, etc. It happened. Now, the immediate things that became obvious during that time was around our agility as leaders. Secondly, decisiveness, because time was moving quite fast. If there was an issue that you could not tackle at the time, in 2 days, 3 days' time, things would have changed. We had to also take better care of our people. People could not travel, but work had to happen. Were you able to equip people while they're at home? And there were certain challenges. And I remember, if I can digress a little bit, one staff member of an organization was not compliant to policy. So one of the, I think, managers was insistent on them switching on their videos. And this guy was just not complying until such a time that one of the supervisors went over to the house. And the guy was simply embarrassed because he stays in a shack. There are many other people. If he had opened his video, people are going to see the sort of circumstances. Now, what it meant is that even our policies at the HR level, when we say we care about our people, understanding their circumstances and making sure that the work environment is good for everyone. And I think just briefly, there are many other lessons, but I would say that from a people perspective, we had to be more deliberate about what we are doing for people and being cognizant of their circumstances.
Yeah, and maybe if I can just add one, I think it's for us, it was also people. I mean, from my personal experience at HealthTech, but it was about seeing the employee as a whole person, right? Which I think has been the shift from COVID. So yeah, we all have to show up at work or work from home, but we also have kids, we also have, responsibilities, we also have family members suffering from COVID. That's going to impact our job deliverables. And I think just that shift in understanding and treating our employees more as a whole was a big dynamic that I think we need to kind of hold on to post-COVID. It's the virus has disappeared, and kind of take with us and work and kind of build on as we go through the years. Yeah.
Do you have anything to add on? Do you have anything to add on? All right. No, I think it's a good place to say thank you to our panelists. I think a nice takeaway from us, because it's been a word actually that I've heard throughout the morning through the different speakers as well, that we must be deliberate. Nothing just happens because we talk about it, we sing about it, we dance about it. We must be deliberate. And you said keep it simple. I think then we're going back to those simple goal type things. Make it simple, be deliberate, and then let's effect the change that we need to do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Dr. Bongi and the panel. For those ladies who came late and have not registered with our host, PPS, they've asked that you take this lunch break and please just go to registration and give them your details. They would like to be in touch with you. We are going to break for lunch now, but it is going to be a little bit shorter. I would really like to ask you to be back at past. I heard the word imposter syndrome or the phrase imposter syndrome several times today. And that seems to be something that all of us are dealing with in some way or another in our lives. This idea that I'm not really as good as people think. I'm making it up as I go along, and someone is going to catch me out. Now, our next speaker wrote a book about this. Dr. Suzanne Cohen is an international medicine specialist in Boston, and she has over 36 years of experience in the medical field. In 2017, she published an essay describing the challenges faced by female physicians, including her own personal struggle with this imposter syndrome, the long-held secret belief that she was not smart enough or good enough to be a real doctor. Accessed by thousands of readers around the world, Cohen's Letter to a Young Female Physician has evolved into a deeply felt reflection on her career in medicine. And if everything goes well, cross your fingers, the gremlins have left the building and we'll be able to cross to Dr. Suzanne Cohen now.
Yeah, just 5 minutes. Thank you.
Pretend to be a stand-up comedian and try and entertain you for 5 minutes. I'm rather going to ask you for a little bit more grace while we wait for the technicalities to be sorted out and we can listen to Dr. Suzanne Cohen.
This meeting is being recorded.
Unmute on your side, and then you find it. Just unmute and then you find it. No. You need to
On the, can it appear on the projector? There we go. Yes, that is fine.
Who's alerting her? Who's alerting her that we are ready? Safo? Channel 1. Bezwakala la? No. That's working. Bezwakala na. Nafaka le nto yathula. Ungathi nje. Ngobeza abanikazi.
Khuluma pha. Nangisahamba i-presentation. Nangisashaya i-presentation mara smooth.
Africa. Oh, pass. Kuna vile kuspeak.
Adlala from my audio setting.
Ngumbuya nje la kuspeak la.
Zonke lezi ziphezulu. Ukushintsha to this.
Udlala kahle yiso lesi. La?
Yabo. Speaker right. Yabo sasewudisi. Postala.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, she's on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, you have my camera disabled. It says the host has stopped my video. Can you turn that on?
Lindo, not us. It's Lindo, not us. Okay, Lindo. The host. Not
I can't share my slides if you don't enable my camera. It works. Somebody tell me if you can hear me, please.
We can hear you, doctor.
I can't hear you though. Can you hear me, Dr. Brenda? Can you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I can't hear anything on your end and just an echo. But if you can hear me, I'll just go ahead and you tell me if there's a problem, okay? Can you see my slides? Can you see my slides?
Hello?
Yes, can you see my slides?
Not yet. All right, let me try again. Can you see them now? I know, I'm sharing the screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
We can see them now. Okay, all right, we'll get going then. Well, greetings everyone from Boston. It's morning here. I hope you had a good lunch. I've just had breakfast, and I'm so glad to be with you. I want to start by telling you a little story, the story behind the New England Journal of Medicine essay I wrote in 2017 that you just heard about in that very lovely introduction. What happened was this. I was asked to participate in an orientation exercise for incoming interns at my hospital, Massachusetts General, new doctors. And they sat around a conference table and they were asked to write a letter to their future selves. And the letter was going to be handed back to them 6 months later so they could see how far they had come. And as I looked around the table, I noticed that most of the new interns were women. And I felt very moved by this. You know, as a writer, as well as a doctor, I know that when I'm unexpectedly moved by something, it's probably a good thing to write about. So I wrote, and what I wrote about was what would I tell myself as an intern 30 years earlier? What would I say if I could speak to that young version of myself? And I decided I had two things to say. The first was bad news, which is that 30 years later, there would still be a gender pay gap in the US between male and female physicians. It's about $20,000 per year, that we would still be underrepresented in leadership positions, even in specialties like OBGYN, where we're the majority. There would still be sexual harassment, some of it so severe that it would cause women to leave altogether. But then I had something else I wanted to tell my younger self, something more personal, which is that I wish that I hadn't spent so much time over so many decades feeling that I wasn't quite adequate, that every time I got a new degree, had a new promotion, a new position, an award, that I always thought, well, yes, but if they only knew the real me, they would realize I didn't really deserve this. I don't really know as much as the other people at this bedside, at this conference, and so forth. What I had, I didn't know this early on, had a name. It was originally called imposter phenomenon by a couple of psychologists here in the States, and it was named back in 1978. It was described as an internal experience of intellectual phoniness, particularly prevalent and intense among select sample of highly achieving women. We know now, of course, that it occurs in men as well. As I said, I didn't know the term imposter syndrome when I was in medical school, but my best friend and I called ourselves the asterisks, as in we got into Johns Hopkins, but asterisks, there weren't that many applicants to medical school that year. And so every achievement is sort of qualified with an asterisk. Yes, but we don't give ourselves credit. Now, I must confess to you that when I wrote that essay, I didn't put together the two halves of it in my mind. the fact that there was still so much sexism in medicine, and that I had had imposter syndrome. And what made me realize that the two things were in fact very intimately related, in fact, cause and effect, is a lot of the mail and messages I got after this essay appeared, particularly from women of color in the States, LGBTQ women, women practicing medicine in highly patriarchal societies, who said, well, of course I feel like an imposter. I get told in large and small ways all the time that I'm not good enough. How could I not internalize that message? And so that got me very interested in thinking about what the cure for imposter syndrome might be. I can tell you what the cure isn't. We may think, well, if I just get into that school, if I just get that job, that promotion, that award, I'll feel validated and I won't have this nagging feeling anymore. But it doesn't work. And one of the ways we know it doesn't work is that some very highly accomplished people have spoken openly about their own experience with imposter syndrome, including Lady Gaga, Meryl Streep, and Serena Williams. And as I've often reflected, if Serena Williams is an imposter, then there isn't much hope for the rest of us. So clearly there's a disconnect between the reality of a person's accomplishments and the internal feelings of imposter syndrome. And the fix has to be partly internal. It won't be fixed by winning prizes and getting fancy jobs. But the fix is actually, I think, broader than that, which is we need to take a hard look in our field in sexism, racism, homophobia in medicine. And I'd like to take the next few minutes just to take a close look at what's going on in medicine with regard to women, since that's the topic of our conference today. So much of what I'm going to say is based on data from the States, but I think that you will probably relate to it. And here's the simple conclusion I come to. When we think about the status of women in medicine today, I know that many of you are physicians, many of you are nurses and other healthcare professionals. What I'm saying here is data drawn from physicians, but applies to others as well, is that there's good news and bad news. The good news is that there are more of us. The bad news is just about everything else. Let me tell you what I mean by that. In the US right now, there are more women than men in medical school. There are more female physicians than male physicians under 35 years old. So that's really good news. That certainly wasn't the case when I was starting out. But the problem is that we're stuck at the entry level. We're heavily represented in medical schools, in residencies, in academia at the lowest levels, instructor, assistant professor, but we haven't achieved equality at the levels of department chair, division chief, dean of medical school, editor of medical journal, and so forth. And if you look at gender disparity in academic medicine, for example, we know that women have produced less papers, are slower to get promoted, have lower salaries, have less recognition, are less likely to have mentors or sponsors. And I think this is a really key point. If you look at male-female couples where both are physicians, the woman spends at least a day per week more than the man on childcare and domestic duties. And this may, in fact, underlie a lot of the other facts that I just mentioned. There are only so many hours in the week, and if you're spending more time at home with these domestic responsibilities, that's less time for writing papers and so forth. And I want to mention, of course, that some people want to spend more time at home, more time with kids, less time with professional activities. But it turns out structurally, it's less of a choice than we are often made to believe. Harassment is really prevalent, even at places that consider themselves highly progressive and enlightened. And these range from sexist jokes, vulgar comments, to really severe harassment. And sadly, in the States, among women who experience harassment, only half felt safe enough to report the incident, and very often they become invisible. They choose to leave rather than confront their harasser. For women in underrepresented minorities, the rates of harassment in the States are higher than for white women. This tweet by a young female physician a few months ago, I thought really kind of said it all. She said, in 1993, 42% of entering med students were women. I was 8 years old. We've said this 1,000 times, but I still wonder where all those years went, and where are all those women now, and why aren't they my bosses? In other words, it's not an answer to say that, well, women just need more time. You know, we haven't been at this for long enough. We've been at this plenty long enough, and we still haven't achieved parity. This is just the details from that study I mentioned about how women spend more time on domestic duties in physician male-female marriages. This inequity was greatly exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, when kids were more likely to be going to school from home. And, you know, the irony is that some of the inequity in medicine is kind of baked into a structure where women are punished for doing the very things that our patients appreciate about us. For example, this study from Brigham and Women's Hospital here in Boston 2 years ago showed that women, primary care physicians, spend on average 2.4 minutes per visit more than our male colleagues with patients. When I first saw this, I thought, well, 2.4 minutes, I mean, big deal, what's that? Well, if you're being paid based on productivity, annualized out to a year, that's a 15% pay gap. So it means a lot. I asked Ishani Ganjali, the lead author of this study, so what are we talking about during those 2.4 minutes that our male colleagues aren't talking about? Well, we spend more time explaining tests and procedures and results, and we're more likely to ask to see the wedding pictures and how are the grandchildren and those kinds of things that nurture the bond with our patients that we enjoy so much. In fact, these things that cost us money and prestige as women in medicine may be making us better doctors. This was a large study in 2017 that showed that patients of female physicians had a lower death rate and a lower rehospitalization rate within 30 days of hospitalization. We don't know exactly why this is happening, but it's hard to believe that it doesn't have something to do with the extra time we spend on average communicating. I should also mention a more recent study shows that female physicians receive far more electronic messages from our patients than our male colleagues. Why is that? Perhaps our patients sense accurately that we are more receptive than our male colleagues to receiving these messages. I want to assure you that I do not think women are naturally more empathic than men. I don't think women are more empathic physicians than male physicians. I do think, though, we as women are acculturated to kind of go that extra mile, even when it costs us salary and prestige. Well, given all I've just said, I don't think it's shocking that since we're operating in an environment of pay inequity and opportunity inequity, that women physicians are more likely to experience burnout than our male colleagues, more likely to die by suicide than our male colleagues or than women in general. So what's the answer? Clearly, we need to change policies around promotion and family leave and childcare and physician mental health and harassment and pay equity. This will benefit healthcare workers of all genders. But I think we also need to change the story. And what I mean by that is that I know for much of my career, and certainly for all of my training, just accepted that this is the way it was, that, I would work through my pregnancy and not have any accommodation and end up with a pregnancy complication, and nobody said anything about it. And you might say, well, that was the bad old days, but I can tell you it's still happening here today. It was so ubiquitous, this kind of structural sexism, that we didn't comment on it. But the story needs to be changed. And I think I want to suggest a couple of ways in which it might be changed. I have a passion for the medical humanities. I run reading and writing groups. I think, for example, studying the history of women in medicine, knowing that Elizabeth Blackwell, who was the first female graduate of an American medical college, Rebecca Lee Crumpler was the first Black graduate of an American medical college, understanding how they thought about sexism and racism in medicine, how they struggled with many of the same exact questions that we struggle with. For example, do we want to claim that women have innate characteristics that may make us better physicians than men? Is that a good thing to claim, or is it in fact something that will lead to further prejudice? This is something that was hotly spoken about among the few female physicians that were practicing 150 years ago. Very validating, I think, to know that. We can also learn a lot from the literature written by our patients. Audre Lorde was an American activist and poet. She wrote a wonderful memoir when she developed breast cancer called Cancer Journals, in which she saw her own cancer through a political lens, and particularly through the lens of feminism. She said, we're surrounded by media images portraying women as essentially decorative machines of consumer function. I do not wish my anger and pain and fear about cancer to fossilize into yet another silence. I think as women, we can look to our female patients very often as sisters in a common struggle. Social media, for all its many faults, can be a great ally to us. Some of you may have heard about a hashtag campaign on Twitter called MedBikini. Here's what happened. The Journal of Vascular Surgery online posted an article in which they studied the private social media accounts of physicians, and they found that there was a lot of unprofessional behavior, as they called it. One of the things they considered unprofessional was posting a photo of yourself in a swimsuit. And it really kind of got to the question of what does it mean to be professional? And is professionalism sometimes sort of a cover for sexism and racism, a comment about what people wear and how they present and, you know, what their hair is like and their jewelry and so forth? Carmen Simmons, who is in this photo, decided, as a medical student, that she was going to start a campaign in which she encouraged physicians, male and female, to post photos of themselves in swimwear on Twitter with the hashtag MedBikini. By the way, the print version of that article in the Journal of Vascular Surgery was retracted because of this. My favorite MedBikini post was this emergency medicine doctor in Hawaii who posted a photo of herself in a bikini tending to a man who was in a boating accident. I thought that was really clever. One more social media campaign was Looks Like a Surgeon. This was a magazine cover featuring 4 female surgeons looking down from the patient's perspective. This was reenacted by female surgeons all over the world under the hashtag Looks Like a Surgeon. Elizabeth Blackwell, whose bicentenary we celebrated here in the States just last year, said, if society will not admit of women's free development, then society must be remodeled. And I think one of the ways in which it gets remodeled is at conferences like these, around tables such as the one I witnessed that inspired me to write my essay, Letter to a Young Female Physician, through conversation. Because getting back to imposter syndrome, one thing I want to mention is that, like all forms of shame, imposter syndrome thrives on isolation. We think we are the only one who feels this way. Let me assure you, if you feel this way, you are not the only one. In fact, it is ubiquitous. And talking about it and recognizing some of its societal sources is a great way to begin dismantling it. I will end there. I will stop sharing, and I would love now to hear your comments and stories.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suzanne. We have a reader of Letter to a Young Female Physician, Mbilaelo Chamiswe, who wants to share with us her thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda. Brenda actually bought me the book. I didn't know about the book. Brenda actually bought me a book as a congratulatory gift when I passed my exams. So what I took out from Suzanne's book is that the power of storytelling. Like she's saying, all of us have that imposter syndrome, and you only think you are the only one. And when you look at your seniors, you think they've got it all figured it out, but deep down, they have that imposter syndrome. And I think it also goes back to the medical training. the ward rounds that we have, and also the effects. You know, when you're coming from high school, most of us were number 1 students, and then anatomy happened. Then you realize that, okay, maybe I'm not the best student. Then you start doubting yourself. So I think as mentors, we need to start telling our stories and be as authentic as possible, because that is where the power lies. If we are going to be mentors, we need to be real and tell the real stories, and also just reassure. I think the reassurance can also work, but it also has to do with your own self. You need to work from inside. But thank you. I think hopefully all of us, we can still tell our stories. We're not all writers, but the stories that you can tell the next person, even if it's just to tell them that, yeah, it was quite hectic when we were doing whatever. And yeah, because the juniors, they see us as we have made it, but deep down there's a lot of things happening. Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you so much. Now, we have 4 books as part of our raffle. You're not going to receive your book straight away. We're going to send it to Dr. Suzanne, who's going to write a message for you. I have time for 1 question. Who wants to? There we go.
Thank you very much. For me, it's not really a question, it's a comment. I am a paramedic. We call everyone paramedic, everyone who's driving the ambulance. I'm an emergency care practitioner, and also in management in Northwest. So I did like that, who decide what is professional? Because in our field, yes, we have policies that are guiding us, especially in health services, because we deal with patients. And we get other ladies who will tell us that this is too much for you. Why your nails are this too long? Why your hair not tied up? Yes, our policies are guiding us, but who decides is professional? I like that comment, because in our field, really, we are judged to look how we want to look. So I think this is a lesson to take home, that even though we are guided and even though we know that we are working with patients and must be presented a certain way, but who decides is professional. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Suzanne, thank you so much for your time. I have not read the book, and I think I'm going to get it. Right. Our next item is a panel discussion on gendering the healthcare workplace, and our facilitator, Khoisemang Boertes, found her calling as a social worker at a young age. Initially, she wanted to become a lawyer, but her career plans evolved to social work because of her involvement in helping vulnerable communities as a member of the Edmund Rice Society. Khoisemang, will you please introduce your panelists?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all the beautiful ladies. As I was, during lunch, as I was walking around, I was just looking at everyone. Everyone is looking so beautiful. I'd like to introduce my panelists. The first panelist member I would like to introduce is Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry is a student nurse. Can we please welcome her on stage? Thank you. Our second panelist is Ms. Kubeka. Ms. Kubeka is the DD of Gauteng EMS. She's also an executive director of one of the NPOs. So she wears 2 hats. Thank you, welcome. And our last panelist is Dr. Chilwane. Dr. Chilwane is a dental practitioner. She's also a lecturer at one of the universities in Gauteng. Welcome, Dr. Chilwane. Thank you. Okay. I think we can start. And I think I like the fact that we are starting our panel discussion after Dr. Suzanne's presentation. And as we know, health is not about the physical, but it's also about the spiritual, the psychological, the emotional. Because at times when we think about health, we're thinking physical, we're thinking about the clinicians. However, in healthcare, we do have other professionals rendering a service to our patients. I would like to start with you, Ms. Kubeka. All right. As my question to you is, as the DD within EMS personnel are faced with various psychological issues due to the nature of their work, be it fear, stress, harassment, bullying in the community, by some members of the communities. And we've also heard about female personnel being sexually assaulted in some of the communities. My question to you is, how do you motivate your, staff members, especially with a focus on the female personnel? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. First of all, I want to commend all the females that have actually been able to put this event together. And then also, I'm very grateful for this particular platform that allows us women from different fields of the healthcare system to actually point out our challenges as well as opportunities with regards to gender inequalities. Okay, first of all, I'm an emergency care practitioner, like what my colleague has mentioned there. And no, I'm not an ambulance driver. I am an emergency medical care professional and practitioner. And I know most of you sitting in this particular room, when you see ambulances and people wearing uniform, you only think of ambulance drivers. No, we are not. And then with the organization, myself and some of the co-founders, we founded an organization that is called the Women Paramedic Support Group. And the reason why we founded that, we realized that in the entire country of South Africa, there is no such platform. And that also includes within the EMS structures. Yes, we do have what we call the EHWP within the Department of Health, but nothing specific to the EMS industry. So with regards to that, I'm glad you mentioned a couple of those factors that actually touch on safety. Safety, I'm sure you've seen it on the news and everywhere, it's one of our biggest factors, because remember, our offices are mobile vehicles. We don't have a structured place where we are kept safe by securities or anything like that. So we become our own safety measures. So what happens is that through training, I think one of the first things that you get taught is safety for yourself first. You put yourself safe before you even approach anything. So through training, that's what gets done. And then through our organization, what we've done is obviously embedded in some of the pillars that we have. We do a lot of workshops and a lot of activities, especially with the awareness workshops that we conduct. Like there's one that is coming up in Durban in October, whereby there's an EMS fun walk, whereby we create awareness within the districts. Like this year we're holding it in KZN. So we do that, we do walks, marches and all those things just to create awareness so that the public, general public, are able to see us, visualize us in our uniforms, walking with them, forming part with them. And then we also do a lot of, mainly it's awareness that we actually do in terms of it's awareness and training, so that we're able to enable our, especially women, because we've touched on a very specific factor that has to do with sexual harassments and all those things. So through the awareness and the activities and the training, we try and emphasize that, but we believe that there's more that can be done within that particular field in terms of safety.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ms. Fry, can I come to you? Health is a complex and ever-changing phenomenon. it doesn't remain the same in my view. In terms of nursing, nurses have faced quite a myriad of challenges within the 21st century. I would like to ask you, what would you say has been one of the most challenging aspects for you as a student nurse?
Thank you for your question. So just for some background, I'm a final year nursing student. For nursing, we study for 4 years, and we begin our training in the hospital from the moment we start studying. So we are pretty much considered nurses and staff from our first year when we are exposed to clinical practice. So currently I've been in the public sector now for 4 years, working with various professionals, professional nurses, doctors, physios, everyone. You're not really seen as a student, you are seen as a professional from the get-go. And, the healthcare industry, like we've mentioned, is predominantly female, but I think nursing, out of everyone, is the most female. And I also feel like women form the backbone of healthcare, but nurses really form the backbone. If you go into a clinic, the first person you see is a nurse. If you go into a hospital, the first person you see is a nurse. They are very often your first point of contact. And in a field that is so predominantly female, something that I have noticed is that we very often don't have each other's backs. I've seen in other professions they tend to hold each other up, especially with doctors, they're all there for each other. Whereas with nursing, we kind of tend to throw each other under the bus. If something goes wrong, it's never me, it's somebody else. Because you are scared to lose your qualification. And very times, students, we are to blame for a lot of things. Even though we work under supervision, if something goes wrong, it's the student. So for me, that has been quite difficult. And then also, just from the point of view that it sometimes feels like, although every other healthcare profession is changing and developing and growing, nursing is not. Someone mentioned earlier that why do we work 12-hour shifts, especially in a profession that's predominantly female? We must work and then we must go home and work at home. We must care for our families, and it sometimes feels like we are set up to not be able to do that to our full capacity. And I think there needs to be discussions around it, also with the who gets to decide whether or not it's professional. In nursing, there's this very specific uniform you have to wear. Your nails must be a certain way, your hair must be a certain way. And I sometimes feel like it puts us into a very rigid little box. And, we are not the same as we were 50 years ago. And we need to progress and change.
All right. Thank you. And I mean, I work in a hospital, and sometimes as you're walking in the corridors, you eavesdrop on some of the conversations where you'll find, you'll hear some of the nurses saying, oh, I wish I could wear my long Brazilian hair, or, have manicures. And it's about, finding a balance. How do you, and there are also issues around infection control and all that versus, wanting to look a certain way. So thank you for touching on that. Dr. Chilana, can I come to you, please? As a dental practitioner, because there have been a lot of perceptions of barriers around dental practitioners. And I'm just trying to think in terms of pre-COVID, pre- and post-COVID. Dentists have always worked with the mouth. I remember my first experience of going to a dentist as a child, and I was so scared. So you've always worked with the mouth, and when COVID came, the high risk that was there because of the aerosol, the liquid droplets, and all of that. As a female dental practitioner, how did you balance that? And perhaps I don't want to use the word fear, but just in terms of infection control, having to go back home to your children, how did you find a balance amongst those two key issues.
Afternoon, everybody. Thanks for this opportunity. Wow. Yeah, I work in the mouth. No. There's no easier way of putting it. Under normal circumstances, pre-COVID, post-COVID, our environment is high risk, either way, because it's not just COVID. There's TB. There's all sorts of other conditions that could be transferred by aerosol or blood droplets and. So, and our routine procedures, they are aerosol generating droplets, liquid droplets that hang out in the air, fall anywhere on the floor, the walls, and all that. So for us, COVID really hit us hard, even though pre-COVID, we always used PPE, but it was not to the standard that we are at right now, you know. The social distancing at a university in terms of the allocation of the surgeries, they were not completely divided. It was halfway to the ceiling. So we had to look at all that. And unfortunately, because it came as such a shock, immediately because of the high risk that we know that comes with dentistry and dental procedures, the immediate thing that they did was to just put a stop to everything. And, but at the same time, we were supposed to somehow think of the patients that could need urgent treatment, that would be in pain. How do we manage that? So during, I think, level 5 and 4, we were just routinely advising patients, would go to work, but would advise patients or write prescriptions, and then, you know, in terms of how to manage their pain. It was only in level 3 where we also had to take into consideration the students. How do we protect the students? And we did manage to come up with a lot of things, and especially ventilation and all that to curb the spread or the infection. But we didn't have control of the students beyond their training facilities. And constantly we had students that were coming in, they'll report that they're sick or they were so-and-so's contact, and you know, at the beginning when we're not sure about COVID, if you're a contact, your contact, don't come in, isolate, and all that. So we had a lot of students not pitching up. It was, every day was just dramatic and quite intense, and just going to work but not being sure of actually, you know, what's going to happen and how you're going to go about doing it. But eventually we cracked it down, and we just improved on the PPE that we were using, that we were used to, and then just increased infection control measures to protect ourselves and to also protect the patients, because patients would be walk-in patients, not patients that would be tested. As long as they needed treatment, we had to provide treatment. So yeah, in short.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Kubeka, can I go back to you? Because as we mentioned earlier, you wear 2 hats. So a lot of our speakers earlier on touched on burnout, caring for the carers. My question to you is how do you balance it as a mother, as a partner? How do you find a balance between the two, especially considering that, you know, that you wear more than 1 hat in terms of the professional aspect of your life?
Thank you for that question again. I must say, at first, it's not easy, especially when you're starting with the other co-founders an organization that advances women. But I think because of the dedication from personally and also the other co-founders, as well as the passion behind it, you do find time. And I think throughout because I've been in the industry of EMS for the past plus minus 15 years, and you learn to manage your time, because that's what you get taught. Because remember, time is of the essence when you're dealing with patients, especially from us, from the emergency care workers. So you learn that from the beginning. So, and with regards to that, I'm not the only one that does this. We do have coordinators in various provinces that actually oversee certain activities. As I think a lot of women has mentioned it here, to say that you need a lot of support. and which is what has happened with myself and other healthcare, with other co-founders. And also what we also do, we support them and they support us back. And then it becomes easier because you can't work alone. There is no ways that you can be a healthcare worker, no matter whether you are an ambulance driver, as they refer us to, or you are a nurse, a doctor, whatever. You need to have a partner's support. You need to have mentorship. And most of all, you need to have proper planning. Plan your time with your kids. Put time aside for your work and know when to say no. Learn when to say no and let go of other work stressors when you're dealing with your kids. So put that time aside for yourself, for your family, and also for the work, and take the support that is needed from everyone that is around you. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that. I like that. Ms. Fry, I'm going to put you on the spot. If you were a policymaker, or, if you were in a position or given a chance to make decisions in terms of policy, what is that one thing that you would implement in terms of nursing?
Wow. I think it's so important that everyone gets a voice in nursing. Oftentimes there's almost like a hierarchy. The people at the top make the rules and everyone else kind of just has to fall in. So I think something that would be important is to, if you have to implement a policy, to include everybody in the decision-making process, especially because we are using policies that have been around for 50 years, if not longer. So it's important to use, younger blood. So I think a policy that I would want to implement is that all policies should be reviewed, I think, every 5 years or so, to see if they are still relevant and if they can still be applied and if they are still useful.
Thank you. Dr. Chilane, I'm going to come back to you. From morning until now, one of the key things that has come up is the fact that, we spoke about burnout, we spoke about health being holistic. It's not only about the physical. And within our working environment, we encounter a lot of challenges. We also encounter personal challenges as well. You find that some employees have problems. Maybe at home, you've got family issues, you've got children who also have problems or issues or require support. How do you think, or what do you think we can do as female healthcare workers? What support do you think do we need, and how can we work around that?
A tough one for me. I think if there's anybody, if anybody can come up with a solution for women to learn to support each other, to fix each other's crown, to make space for others, not to be the first and the only one there, and not to judge each other, not to be harsh, and be able to embrace each other in our various differences, looks, race, you name it, and be able to say to another woman that you look beautiful or your outfit looks beautiful. And again, it goes both ways. And for the other woman to be able to appreciate it and say thank you. Because there's a tendency for women to say, oh, your hat looks so beautiful. Ah, it's nothing. I got it 10 years ago at some, flea markets and whatever. It didn't cost much, So take it on. If I say you look beautiful, wherever, say thank you, awesome, and not back it up with some lousy story and. So I don't know where we get that from. But our mothers, can we be that generation that changes that? Can we be that generation that says to the next woman, you are beautiful as you are, tall, short, whatever body size, whatever you choose to wear, it doesn't matter. As long as you are who you are and you're happy with who you are and be content with who you are. So I don't know what is it that we can do to get women to embrace and love one another and be supportive of one another. Because, for example, we might complain about GBV and all those kind of things, but I'll use one example. In marriage, I don't know about other races. In African culture, they'll say, begezela, put up with it, find ways around it, make it work, whatever. So really, and how many women have come out of that situation in a casket, in a box, or bitten up, or whatever the story might be, but with really, really, really sad stories. So if we can be there to even listen to one another. We're not even there to listen to one another, to hear each other out. So I think it starts with us women. We bring life into this world. As we bring that life into this world, can we raise that son, that daughter, especially the sons, in such a way that they will be able to respect women, regardless from where they're coming from. If that son is going to grow up, you're raising him to be somebody else's husband. And for them to know that, okay, if I marry her, I paid lobola, whatever the story might be in terms of how or I bought an expensive ring, but I don't have power over her. I don't have to control her, and the list goes on. So can we be those mothers who actually bring about this change to lessen one of those challenges that we're facing? So I think mostly it comes back to us. Yes, we can toy and ask for summits and do all those things, but if we can be able to come together and support each other, and especially professionally. Professionally, unfortunately, where I work, I have actually experienced situations where we put each other down a lot than actually supporting each other, or even seeing an opportunity in a young student and then encouraging them, come back and specialize or whatever the story might be. So we are not really there for each other. So I think for me, this question that you just asked is a topic that can go on and on and on. It's a very big question, but it's important that as women, we bring life into this world. We are women, we are mothers. So #Womandla, can we take care of each other and ourselves and love each other and ourselves? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Matandela, who spoke, I think she was our first speaker this morning, actually touched on that women, we talk about the PhD syndrome, puller down syndrome. So instead of focusing on that, we should rather focus on empowering one another. I'm going to give two people a chance to ask a question or to comment. If you can please just keep it brief, please. There's a hand at the back.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Afternoon, panel. It's great to be here. It's a comment. Most of you here, you've been empowered by your parents, you have certificates. But what about mental empowerment? If we can start with the girl child from an early age. Right now, we're busy with HIV. Whilst we're busy treating HIV, government came with 350. That 350 is an insult. It's an insult 100%, because now we're asking these girls to get another child and another one and another one, and the child is not 350. That's not the value, really, of a human being over a month. If only we can start with the girl child, tell them that number of kids brings poverty. I know with other people, they think their culture, they need to have many kids. it's poverty. If they can just reduce number of kids, demand that their husbands or their partners use condoms. In fact, you have this generation that was left by people who died of HIV. Grandmothers were looking after them. They are busy bringing other kids. They've been COVID. Now we're left with that bunch of kids again. So where are we going to? Let's try and empower a girl child mentally. I think primary intervention is the best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. I think it's relevant because yes, we do have a lot of our communities who suffer, from poor socioeconomic backgrounds. And, the phenomenon of sugar daddies and all that, taking advantage of our young girl children. As a social worker, I would like to say, though, that we need to shy away from stigma as well. Let's not stigmatize communities. Yes, it's important that we spread the news and we create awareness to empower our girls. However, I do think that we need to do it in a, we shouldn't be judging or stigmatizing them, in order to ensure that they are open to come and speak to us. Thank you very much. I think we have a second hand here.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I just would like first to congratulate Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry is one of my students in my hospital. I think she does not only look beautiful, but she's got a beautiful heart. And I think you must go for Miss South Africa. That question would have begged with that title. You answered very well. I'm so glad. And thank you to the rest of the panel. Ladies, you rock. And, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, why are we only having these sessions in August? Why are these not daily conversations? Are we not also self-stigmatizing by saying we're only important in August? And why is mental health only discussed in the month of October? That's just my comment. While we are saying we are equal, or we should be equal to men, we're not taking up the space, women. I really don't feel like we're taking up the space. And with me, and I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Moloi, who's a CEO, fellow CEO in Gauteng. It's so difficult to be at the top, ladies. And yes, you're right. In fact, it's more at the top. You may think that you're not supported as a student and coming up as young ladies, but at the top, we victimize each other even more. At the top, it's even more difficult. It's difficult from the men, yes, but mainly from our fellow sisters. And these are things that are not said. This is the elephant in the room. Like, when I started this job, I honestly thought I would have time for my children. I'm a widow with 3 children. I've brought up my children on my own for the last 17 years. So it was an 8-to-4 job. I thought, well, yay, wow. I'm going to have my weekends back to myself. I'm going to have my nights back to myself. Little did I know that I was putting myself in the fire, because it's tough. It's really tough, guys. And we have to look strong, because in the executive room where you are chairing as a CEO, the men are looking at you. And as soon as you point out something, you are emotional. You don't deserve to be here. That's why the women must not be here. So I know it's not a question, but guys, it's really tough. So how I wish, honestly, to the sponsors, the PPS, the BHF, whoever, Altron who's here, and any other sponsor, Lancet, let's have these conversations monthly. Let's have like a wellness Friday where we release our staff. I am the boss. I will easily release her and any other woman to go, we rotate. Because how many women get this opportunity for real in the workplace? So let's have monthly, big business must come, sponsor us. We go to different places. We discuss these things as women. So yes, it's great, but honestly, I wonder a month from now, is anything gonna change? It's just food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We don't have time for any more questions, but thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists, Ms. Kubeka, Ms. Fry, Dr. Chulani, thank you very much. I know I put you on the spot with some of the questions, but thank you. And I think as women, there's a lot that we can learn, women in healthcare. One of our presenters earlier spoke about paying it forward. And I think there's a message that we need to take from there. One of our other presenters spoke about refer to us as sheroes, which we are, sheroes in healthcare. So let's not undermine ourselves, and look down on ourselves. We have so much to give. And I'm going to ask one more thing before I go. Lizelle, don't kill me. Please, can you just look at the lady next to you and just tell her how beautiful and amazing she is? Please. Thank you so much. And as women, we can talk forever. So I'm going to say thank you. And give it back to Lizelle. Ms. Fry just wanted to make a comment.
Hi. I just wanted to say one thing. It's a quote that came to me now, and it's, a woman who is doing what you are doing is not your competition, she's your sister. And I think that's something like that we can all take forward leaving here, because as I think we are given a spirit of competitiveness when we are younger. You have to compete with each other, and it's not true. We need to uplift each other.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Goitseman, for facilitating that conversation so beautifully. The next speaker I'm going to call will start a conversation about taking care of yourself and building resilience. And then after her, I'll call someone from SADAG, the South African Depression and Anxiety Group, to give us a little feedback, and then we'll have a quick conversation. Then we're going to have our PPS host share a few pointers on our financial well-being. Then we're going to have the draw. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce you to the brains behind this get-together. Okay, so first, Dr. Sulelwa Sifumba is a young, passionate global health activist, medical doctor, and clinical research fellow at the African Health Research Institute. Dr. Sulelwa, who qualified as a medical doctor from the University of Cape Town, is currently an HBNU Fogarty Global Health Fellow conducting research in the field of tuberculosis, an illness close to her heart, due to the personal experience with the disease. Sifumba took to this global stage while struggling through a grueling treatment process as an activist and an advocate, sharing her story with the world.
Oh, I'm watching myself. Weird. Hello, everybody. Hi. I understand it's the end of the day. and everybody wants to go home. But I think I will time myself just to make sure I don't take too much time. So yeah, thank you for the lovely introduction. Hello to everybody here and online. It's good to see you all. My name is Dr. Zolelwa Sifumba, and I wanted to title this Self-Care, Surviving a Career in Healthcare. Like I needed the drama. Or self-care, a means of survival. Yeah, so I've been invited to speak on mental health and self-care issues for women in healthcare. And I really love that I'm in the section called I Support Her, because my chat is largely about support. But I thought it would be cool to share with you all my personal experience and why, it's to show why I'm so passionate about the topic I'm going to be sharing on, as well as the well-being of healthcare workers. So there's a lot of things I have written down, so please just bear with me. I'll try to do it as fast as possible, but basically I survived the health system. I survived being in the health system. And I had to effectively run away from clinical medicine to survive. And yeah, I'm a health hero, and I think by the end of this session you will see why. But yeah, yes, I am a health hero. I know myself. But yeah, briefly, yeah, my interest in my career came from my father. My father's a medical doctor, so if you know a Dr. Sifumba, it's probably that guy, it's my father. Yeah, so I was interested because first I saw that he was doing and it looked like he was having a good-ish time. I don't know why he didn't tell me it wasn't so great. But anyway, I got to time where it was time for applying, and I told him I wanted to be a doctor. He told me I am too lazy. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you, and I wish I didn't take that as a challenge. But anyway, I took it as a challenge. And I got to med school and I struggled. I had crippling anxiety and depression, and by the time I got to fourth year, where we got into clinical sort of seeing patients, it was at its worst until I woke up one morning. I had been crying for months on end. I wasn't eating. I wasn't sleeping well, and I decided I need to reach out for help, which sounds like it might be easy at medical school level, but it really wasn't easy. So I took time off for the anxiety and the depression. I was suicidal as well, but it was just a lot of my own personal life issues to balance with medical school. And then also medical school came with its own challenges. We started competing effectively at medical school with each other, you know, so it becomes tough. And then if that wasn't tough enough, I contracted multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. Yeah. I had no idea. Let me start by saying that I had no idea that as the health professional, it means all the diseases are coming to you, first of all, you know. And I also had no idea that knowing all of this, the whole system doesn't even supply much for us to protect ourselves from these things that we are being exposed to. So that was a really harsh awakening. And I really struggled through that 18 months of treatment. And it was during that treatment that I realized that I needed to speak out. And I met a group of people called TB Proof, an organization in the Western Cape, and it was just health workers that had experiences with TB. So I started sharing as well. The first audience I shared to was the year group below me. And when I got there, I was like, oh my gosh, it's Zoe. If nobody had any idea what I was there to share about, you know. And I told them, I've got MDR. Whole room was silent. And people were blaming me. I was just like, guys, we live in the same place. We go to the same clinics. We do everything the same. You've never seen me out doing things that other people are not doing. And I was exposed to this thing, you know. Anyway, fortunately, I completed 18 months of treatment. I would tell more of the story, but I'm limited for time right now. And from there, I was moved to speak out about my experience and tell other healthcare workers that actually we can get this thing. You know, it is airborne. Of course, everybody understands things that are airborne now. Of course they do, but back then people were just like, what do you mean? So if I just breathe, and you're like, babes, yes, like, yes, that's what it is, and you may be on treatment for 18 to 24 months. So I also, in my internship, I faced a lot of bullying. And I was bullied myself because obviously at this point I was speaking out. And I witnessed as the intern rep, because by that time I was babes for everybody's rights. Just like, no, that's not right, you know, fighting for people, but not really knowing how to fight for myself. But anyway, story for another day. But as intern rep, I got to see other junior doctors struggling, you know, and not even the junior doctors, like at least like, I was intern rep of the junior doctors, but I was also hearing the issues that other people, junior, senior, are facing. And as a junior, I did demonize the seniors for a bit because I really thought it was a us versus them thing. But I came to realize after all this time that we're all struggling. So it's not that the seniors have it better. And as juniors, believe me, we think the seniors have it better. Because it's rough, and that's our only point of view. But anyway, got into ComServe as well. And during that time, I joined Judasa. Yeah, I won't touch that one. I was trying to make a noise, to change things, but things did not want to be changed. And yeah, but really my advocacy and my activism, my fight was about the fact that my health was not a priority. That time I'm giving so much of my life force to this place every single day. Sometimes I don't get weekends, yeah, well, but I'm giving myself. And yeah, I went into fight mode, man. First for occupational TB and just occupational wellness. I realized that while I was making a noise about the TB thing, nobody was looking at our wellness. And and we're dispensing health and wellness. Imagine, we're dispensing it, but we can't even get it for ourselves. Anyway, I got to ComServe and I was told by my clinical manager that I'm not here to change things. He told me, you are not here to change things. I thought to myself, maybe I am here to change things, actually. So I don't care what you say. And actually, come to think of it, I think I was not really taken seriously because I was a woman. But anyway, I want to jump into my call to action. You know, I have a passion for our wellness as healthcare workers, a huge, like, consuming passion that I had this from the time I was on TB treatment and I was speaking out, but since then, I've been continuing to speak out and speaking on any platform that I can speak on, fighting, until I realized that this wasn't a thing that needed a fight, it needed compassion, Anyway, my passion is I think what we need to do in the world is to help create and provide organized support for healthcare workers. And if anybody else in this room is interested in such, please reach out to me. I will really take the conversation seriously because there is a growing passion in me and I want to do something global. It's not just an issue that we have here. I've been speaking to healthcare workers from all over the globe and we're all struggling, So I believe that there's no need for us to fight and beg for this cause. I believe we can provide it for ourselves. I've even spoken to the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, telling people all over, healthcare workers, healthcare workers, please, congratulations, a clap for our health workers. And I'm like, clap? Like, what is that going to do for me, I battled with convincing the world that we need care, but what saved me was actually grabbing that care for myself. And helping myself get the care. It's a hard journey, but it's the only reason I'm here today. Having survived, I was also in a car accident. I worked for 36 hours, and then I told myself I wanted to go home to my granny, and then I got into a car accident. Like, I don't even know how I survived that one, but look, yeah. So I had to run away from clinical medicine, and I don't think everyone can just run away. At that time, believe me, I was telling everyone, guys, leave. You will live life again. But obviously not everyone can leave. But I am very passion, and I think we can if we start to see ourselves as worthy of our own care. You know, we can start to actually give ourselves that care. Healing, I want to finish for 5 minutes. Healing, and I'm sure you guys will mind. I don't know if anybody minds, but I'm going to carry on. So, healing is for the healer too. And it's very necessary for all of us to be able to identify when we need the healing. We have been taught about Batupele, we've been taught about but what about our responsibility to ourselves and our health and our healing? Why is it difficult for me to get emergency care at the hospital that I work at? Like that, they're providing health care here. I'm a human. Anyway, I ignored my mental health for a while. Eventually, I did get the help, but I still struggled to get the help and getting the help. Even now, I'm going for constant psychologist as I'm in clinical research now. It's much better than, sadly, than clinical medicine. I'm sorry. Not that it's the best thing, but I was very, 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 very burnt out of healthcare, of fighting for my own health, of fighting to survive. 18 months of treatment is no easy feat, but I had to just push. And then I came back and it was the same risk. I could get MDR again, I could get XDR now. And I'm not really being protected. Anyway, I ignored my general health. And I know many colleagues of mine, you see, but this person's not okay. Take time off. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Take time off. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Anyway, I noticed that if I'm not looking at my health, and nobody else is looking at it. Sadly, you can be working at a place for so long, but nobody really cares about what you're struggling with in your life. And it really upset me that our occupational wellness is just not taken seriously. It's a very lonely journey, so I want to help create these systems of support. I want to be someone who can walk alongside any health professional, and I am that person already. I am always on my WhatsApp telling people who are like posting statuses about, I want to give up. I'm just like, no, go get the help that you need, and then 2 days later, I'm like, did you go to that psychologist? And they'll be like, sure. Or somebody who's not taking time off, who needs time off, I'll be there bothering them like, take time off, take time off, take time off. Anyway, bullying and harassment, big things, and I used to think in my life there were good people and bad people, but turns out, I heard this from somewhere and I stole it. There are good people and sad people. People, effective communication with others is what we need, but first you have to communicate effectively with yourself. Interpersonal issues between us largely stem from intrapersonal issues, personal issues that you have with yourself. And now you're struggling to communicate because you are in this hole. And nobody teaches us how to communicate when we're in a hole. Anyway, healing, I decided, I did run away too, but I also have been, by force, taking my healing seriously and healing myself and learning about myself, learning how I have responded previously in tough situations and relearning how to respond now that my neurological system has come back down to earth. But you have to ignore your body when you want to eat. You have to ignore your body when you want to sleep. You have to, that is all going to take its toll, So I almost died due to the lack of this occupational support, and many others have died. If you tell me someone's committed suicide, of course, occupational health and wellness failed. So last thing, pick me, please. If there are conversations to be had, please add me to those conversations if people are planning action. Occupational health is something that's very close to my heart because I almost died, and you just come back and people just keep it moving, and you're like, how? Millions are dying from this thing, but I was expected to die. The cure rate was 40% at the time when I was taking treatment. So, yeah, and I want to say to you all that starting my healing journey, my personal healing journey, brought me so much freedom, And I think the last thing I want to say, I brought these newspapers here because I was in the newspaper and it was so exciting. But like, it didn't do much, to tell you the truth, you know. I think we need to, I guess, be connecting with people and having these conversations. But I almost wasn't here today, you know. And there are many people that are still going to be swallowed up. They're still going to go on Monday morning to a meeting, and just everything is just going to be rough and it's going to be hard. But like, I think it's time now for us to take our health seriously. We don't have to fight anyone, you know, we can just do it for ourselves. Thank you.
I think none of us were left untouched by your story, Dr. Zelalwa, and I can see the passion and I can see there's still a lot of hurt. Dr. Alicia Porter is a specialist physician, a specialist psychiatrist, currently completing her fellowship in child and adolescent mental health at the University of the Witwatersrand. She's also one of the coordinators of the Healthcare Workers Care Network that was established to support healthcare workers during the pandemic, and has been involved in training and support of healthcare workers during the COVID pandemic.
So, good afternoon, beautiful ladies. I have the very difficult task of holding your attention. I am the last speaker, and the program is running behind, so I am going to ask you to please just indulge me. And I will say as a disclaimer, I really landed here by accident this afternoon, but I really by no means think that it is an accident, because I arrived and luckily I think it was all just serendipitous that the program ran late and I was able to then take in, and I know that it was really not an accident, and I'm sitting here literally jumping out of my skin. And Dr. Sivumba, I want your contact number, so there is a WhatsApp group that we have. But anyway, so I'm actually here as a representative of the South African Depression and Anxiety Group. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Healthcare Workers Care Network was established. And what it is really is a truly South African initiative that was established to build resilience within our healthcare workers. And COVID was really the catalyst that basically brought about it. But I just thought that I'd want to share just a bit about why how the Healthcare Workers Care Network and why the Healthcare Workers Care Network. And I really want to go to the beginning, if you would just allow me to indulge for just a little bit. Actually, the Healthcare Workers Care Network was established on a silly Saturday here in Gauteng. So it was at the beginning of the pandemic, when a group of psychologists and psychiatrists, and I don't know if you remember, there used to be these memes that were going around that said, stay at home if you want a psychiatrist to intubate you. And I think it was born out of this complete insecurity within us by the fact that, what are we going to do in this pandemic? How are we going to contribute to the pandemic? What can we do? And so it was a random phone call, because it was really one of those where it was one person who knew another, and suddenly there were 7 psychiatrists and 7 psychologists. Actually there was one male among us. It was all women, and I think it was really about the idea of what are we going to do to occupy our time now that the pandemic and we're on lockdown and we're going to have to stay at home. So I think it was really started from a busybody spirit, like most of us sitting here know what that's like. We can't sit still. And so the Healthcare Workers Care Network, that was the beginning. And so we then all got together on Zoom. We'd never met each other, but it was, I know you, you know me, I don't know you, but you know her. So we all just got together for a common goal with the idea that we need to support our healthcare workers. And the reason for that was that we were worried, because obviously we were watching TV, we were looking at trends, and really, even before the pandemic started, the South African healthcare workers were in trouble because we had a very limited number of healthcare workers in comparison to the population that we have. We needed an emotionally strong healthcare workforce, even though the healthcare workforce itself didn't know that they needed to be emotionally strong. But we started looking like, what is it that we can do beyond the PPE and all of those things? And the South African healthcare workers were already struggling. There were lots of studies that had been done on burnout. So we knew that we were limping going into what was actually the fight of our lives. And so it was with this in mind that the Healthcare Workers Care Network was born. And we looked at, so while others were exchanging recipes and doing challenges, we were scouring the literature to see what are the trends, what is going to be the most effective, because we realized what was there was not effective. Like, you know, with all due respect, our EAP systems were not going to, one, be able to manage the toll on the system, and we needed a response that was going to speak to where we were. And so, like I said, that the research had shown that healthcare workers experience high levels of stress, more so than the general public. Also, the mental health of South African healthcare workers was at risk long before the pandemic. And with these studies that we looked at, what we found were there were common factors, that females were more likely to experience mental health difficulties than our male counterparts. And I think the speakers throughout the day highlighted, you know, even the challenges that we face, which are very peculiar to us as women as opposed to our male counterparts. You know, my husband is in the medical field, but when he needs to do something, he just picks up his bag and goes. When I need to do, I've got to cook, label the food, put it in, say which day. Like, you can't just leave, you know. There's so much more, and it seems like it's a trivial thing, but that adds up to, you know, so it adds up. The other thing was that nurses were more affected than doctors, and yes, I'm going to call you Nurse Fry. Nurse Fry. And yes, I believe that the nurses are the unsung heroes of the pandemic. They are the backbone of our healthcare system. And without nurses, we wouldn't have a system. And the younger, less experienced healthcare workers were more affected. And, you know, the healthcare workers at the front line were going to struggle, even though they didn't know it. And then finally, the healthcare workers were at a higher rate of suicide attempts and completed suicides than most other occupational groups. And that is just the reality of it. So our approach with the Healthcare Workers Care Network, and just for your information, this will explain in your goodie bags, there's a little pamphlet. Please do have a look at it. It outlines the Healthcare Workers Care Network, but I'm hoping by the end of this you get an appreciation of the work that is being done. And basically we looked then at formulating a two-pronged approach. So we didn't just want to do crisis intervention. So if you think about it, our healthcare system currently is hospice-centric and it is geared towards crisis. And yet, I think we would make a bigger impact if we look towards prevention. So what we did was, it was an approach where we looked to support clinical and non-clinical team leaders and managers in hospitals in Gauteng to support their staff. And then we had a crisis arm where we would allocate healthcare workers requiring individual support to volunteer counselors for up to 4 pro bono sessions. But by this time, the group of psychologists and psychiatrists who had no idea about where this was going to go and what was going to happen, again, by word of mouth, and because I know and you know and we all connected, we are all connected. And again, it is that, why can't we all work together? You know, I rise by lifting others. So it was this one knew that one, and that one knew that one. And so eventually the South African Society of Psychiatrists came on board, the Psychology Societies, the South African Medical Association, SADC, and it just then became a South African initiative rather than these seven and 14 individuals who had started something, and it was then launched as an official network on the 3rd of June 2020. And so with this approach, our prevention arm looked at training of leaders, managers, and we looked at empowering leaders to support their teams. So it was about how are we going to strengthen leaders? How are we going to change the culture? Because we realized that by putting the sort of responsibility of self-care only on the individual when there are lots of systemic issues becomes quite a frustrating, it's a frustrating exercise. And so it was about doing prevention. So in that time, I think the latest in terms of how many, leaders and managers we reached was about 4,000 participants to our webinars and our training webinars that we had during that time. And then the reactive arm looked at it was a treatment and responsive arm, which had then 3 different components, where it was individual sessions. We do still now have healthcare worker support groups that run on a monthly basis. And then there's a 24-hour helpline that is available. And again, the approach wasn't just because we were bored. We looked at it. So it's an evidence-based approach where we look at preventative medicine rather than crisis intervention. And then also just the fact that at some of the studies, it looked at, when they investigated the factors that were associated with psychological outcomes, it was shown that protective factors were training and just consequential feelings of preparedness, and also continuous support from employers and bosses as well as family and friends. And the thing about, the psychological support is that it doesn't necessarily require CapEx. It can be done where you are. Your self-care doesn't necessarily mean a trip to the spa. It can be done at your desk where you are. So it's not something that's going to involve a huge outlay. It doesn't need, a proposal that's going to need funding for a grant. It's just where you are, it can happen, but if we are empowered and equipped with the right tools in which to do it. So we targeted leaders, which we thought, because leaders were so important, because what the evidence showed was that psychologically savvy team leaders and managers played a critical role in supporting the mental health of their team members. Because if the leader, because everything rises and falls on leadership. I know we say that over and over again, but everything rises and falls on leadership. If you have a good and savvy leader, it doesn't matter how much you don't want, you go because you want to work with that particular leader. And their support is protective and preventative. And I think that the one thing that we realized about COVID is that, yes, it challenged a lot of things, but it also challenged the inflexibility within our health system, this inflexibility for change. Like, for example, just the novel idea of if somebody who is working under you is struggling, they don't have sick leave, yes, they don't have leave days, yes, but a mental health day, that one day, may actually be so much more beneficial. But no, we have to stick to it has to be, there's no days, there's no this full out 50,000. Come on, one mental health care day. And so we need to remain flexible in doing that. If I don't tell, I'm not propagating that we sort of, do things that are, but like that one mental health care day may mean a lot to that person working under you. Obviously, we're not talking about the abuse of the system and those things. And also, if the right team ethos is fostered by team leaders, team members, they will function well in the most difficult of environments. And it does play a role in the reduction of stigma, which results in an increase in the help-seeking behavior and attitudes. Because I'll tell you, having had experience with the healthcare workers and being a healthcare worker myself, the biggest stigma is my self-stigma and my help-seeking behavior. More so than any system, it's me. And then just some of the way the leader and training supports. So there was training for leaders and managers. There were regular emails with information. There was also websites, and the website is still active and available with resources. And we also had webinars particularly geared towards workers and managers. And just some of the principles we looked at was visible leadership. We looked at honest and clear and regular communication. How do we promote staff well-being, and how do we build team cohesion? And we also looked at, instead of looking at trauma debriefing, we looked at and equipped leaders and managers with psychological first aid. How can I respond at that point rather than trauma debriefing? And then, of course, there were the individual sessions, which, and this is where it was really helpful, because once managers became more aware, they were able to identify those employers who were struggling, and they then would refer them to the Healthcare Workers Care Network, the crisis intervention or the individual arm, where individual sessions were then available. And the support was amazing. We had more than 600 psychologists and psychiatrists volunteer, and they're still on the database, to provide sessions absolutely free of charge. And I mean, that was just, the response was overwhelming. And then again, with obviously it has evolved and it's morphed, and so now, whereas previously we would sit and do all the allocations, and I remember the biggest struggle in the beginning when we would get a request in, and another colleague and I, we would do the allocations, and a request would come in from a healthcare worker, and then you would try to reach out. Ghost, silence, nothing. We became stalkers of the net because we became so desperate for the healthcare of the healthcare worker. We became more desperate than they were. So we started, like, where do they work? Maybe we know someone who knows someone who knows. I mean, obviously within the realms of confidentiality, but it became ridiculous. In the end, we had to say, okay, what is this about? And, the thing that we need to target, because the one thing we looked, in looking at all the evidence and looking at all of these things, the one thing that we did not see coming was the effect of stigma and the superhero narrative that exists among healthcare workers of all levels. So just the ability to ask for help was so difficult. So just where to from here? I just want to leave you with a few self-care tips, but before I leave you with these tips, I just want to say one disclaimer. These sound wonderful, yes, but unless you stop and examine the narratives within your life, what are the stones in your shoe regarding looking after your mental health, we can't progress any further. I mean, I think that even listening to Dr. Savumba, that could be any one of us in the room. I mean, for me, my own thought processes, but I'm a psychiatrist, I am a mental health care professional, I should know these things. I can identify burnout in any one of you, except myself. And that's also a journey on its own. So really, we need to start thinking about things on a personal level, collegial support, our family and friends, and professional support. We can't pour from an empty cup. We cannot. A car can't drive without petrol. If you drive without petrol, you're going to blow the gasket. Find a playful yet soothing hobby. Again, much easier said than done. Why? Because if I'm having fun, maybe I'm lazy, I'm not doing it, and the imposter syndrome, ladies, it's a real thing. All of these things prevent us from actually taking care of ourselves. So what are the things in your life that prevent you or limit you from doing these things? And these are really things that, it's 5 hobbies that every one of us should have. As I say, it's a lot easier said than done. Trying to keep a schedule with hard start and stop times, even harder, because it goes just a little bit, and then what happens? You are completely inundated. Trying a concept of opposite actions to your emotions, and then also just designating time specifically for winding down. Put that WhatsApp group on mute. Also just when you're on holiday, why do you need to know what's happening in the ward when you're on holiday? Put it on mute. Also just get better at saying no, especially if it means saying yes to something more fulfilling. I mean, again, this idea of no in our vocabulary, it's always let's make a plan, let's try, let's do, and in the end we are completely burnt out and of no use to anybody. And I always say, you know, at your job, they will replace you tomorrow. They may or may not send flowers, but to your family, you are irreplaceable. And then move your body in whatever way brings you joy. Get lost in someone else's world. And then just in conclusion, what have we learned from the pandemic? That we need to switch up and adapt our normal coping skills. We need to look for the controllable in the uncertainty. Really, we need to remember to practice self-care. Like for me, it's always about how am I balancing my nervous system. We were given a sympathetic and a parasympathetic nervous system for a reason. Let's keep it in balance. If it's not in balance, then maybe I just need to stop and breathe for 3 minutes. Or make a phone call to somebody. There's things that we can do. So it's always about this balance, because if something is out of balance, it becomes problematic. This is hard, and really, what is our new normal? And we really need to watch for overworking, but beyond that, it's about where is the root, root cause analysis. I don't think we do enough of that. We do it all in our jobs, but never with ourselves. So what are those things that I'm carrying that prevent me from looking after myself?
Thank you, Dr. Alicia. I see how the speakers get nervous when I get up, and then they start speaking faster and faster and faster, because I want to get that very last word in. If you take a look at the program, if you go through today's program, you will see that we had an absolutely packed program. But there's one item that has not yet happened, and it's because Mr. Tami Bokwa kindly agreed to have us move him because we had to cross to Dr. Suzanne in the USA. I'm going to introduce Tami Bokwa now. He's from PPS. He is our host, so we have to give him that respect, to give him a moment to talk. But before I introduce him, I want to remind you of the raffle, and here is what is at stake. From GIBS, there's a Health Insights online conference valued at 4,400 Rand. There's one ticket, not transferable, not negotiable, not exchangeable for cash, but that GIBS Health Insights online conference ticket is one of the prizes you can win in the raffle. From PPS, our hosts, we have 2 tax-free investment packages worth 1,000 Rand each. We have 2 hampers. We have 5 books from Dr. Suzanne Coven, and she will personally inscribe them. As I said earlier, you will not receive your book just yet. We're first sending it off to the USA so that she can sign it, and then 2 bunches of flowers. So I think, ladies, you can agree with me that this is something worth waiting for. Yes, we are over time. I tried my best. I failed. I apologize. But what I think it is important that we give Mr. Tami Bokwa a chance to speak. Now, Tami is an experienced executive, skilled in negotiation, business strategy, business development, sales management, and charismatic leadership. He is also the regional general manager of PPS, as well as the head of corporate partnerships and PPS Virtual. Tami.
I'm being asked the question, are you nervous? Sanbonani Dumelang, why PPS? I'm not going to talk about that. Most of you are my bosses, am I correct? Yes. How many bosses do I have? Just raise your hand. If you believe you're my boss, raise your hand. Or should I use this one? You're my boss. Why?
Because I know why PPS.
PPS has been following me ever since 2004 as a medical student. And I have been paying you ever since then. So definitely I'm your boss.
Great stuff. I'm glad to, no, hold on to it. Hold on to it. I'm glad to hear that. How much profit share do you have? Is it personal information?
Well, I think in my imagination, I would say, what, 60%?
Who else is my boss? I'm not running. Who else is my boss? You are. Tell me why, please.
So at the beginning of this year, your company came to our varsity to speak to our final year nursing students to educate us on the importance of financial stability and putting money away for our future. And I was one of the people that took advantage of this and took out a policy with PPS. And yes, I'm also paying you money every month. Money we don't have. Yes.
Oh, are we not able to do 3 at the same time? Can I maybe come back to you just for a second? Why PPS?
I didn't have a choice initially because they were visible, they were present, they took up the space, they saw an opportunity, it was a gap in the market, and they just maximized on that. So for us medical students, I mean, we knew nothing about finance, where to save money, what money to save, what a policy is. And the only time we had was when we saw that navy and white, and there was a gentleman standing there with a suitcase and saying, I want to tell you something. Yeah.
Why did you stay with PPS?
I stayed because after exploring other avenues, I felt that there was something I was gaining from PPS. So I do have a retirement annuity with you. And I just kept it.
Thank you. Why PPS, ma'am? Why did you stay?
So I have financial advisors in my family who also work with PPS. And I think it just appealed to me that you are solely for professionals. And like she said, it wasn't the only option, but you made the most effort. I think it was really great that you went to the varsity to speak to future professionals and offer them financial advice. I don't think any other company does that. I sort of felt like you had my best interests at heart, whereas other companies that I had spoken to pretty much just wanted my money and they wanted the commission.
Okay, we're not going to bash other companies. I don't want to sell PPS to you, but I want to tell you a story about, or at least help you imagine one thing. I mean, imagine yourself in your bedroom having a cash generating machine. It's printing 200 rands every month or every day, whatever the case may be. At any point in time, you need money. It's there to generate money for you. What would you do to protect that? Anyone? Yes. What would you do to protect that machine?
Definitely, I'll have security, make sure that I have electrical fence, all the thing you can think of around it. I'll put one of the fairest animal that even if you can come in, you'll find it there.
Isn't it interesting? But the reason why you're doing that is so you can have peace of mind of the fact that this thing doesn't get stolen. All right? Anyone else? What would you do? Can you please pass the mic there?
To keep it sustainable as well, so getting a copy machine or some sort, just to ensure sustainability.
Sustainability. Copy machine. And then you have a family. And then you're worried that should you pass on, what would happen to that machine? 3 children, 2 children? What do you think they'll do to that machine? No, yeah. What will they do? What will they do to that machine?
I'm saying I'll invite more clients so that it grows, it doesn't die.
Yeah, but if you, something had to happen to you, what do you think your children would do to that machine?
To continue protecting it, looking after it.
I hope, you would hope.
Pardon?
You would hope. They
No,
will fight for it. They will fight for it, guys. Huh? You realize that you are the biggest money-making machine there is to yourself. Do you realize the importance of having a will? Should anything happen to you, you realize the importance of that. Do you realize the importance of peace of mind that we've just spoken about? And what do we call it? It's called an insurance. Others call it a garage purchase. You have a choice of not having the peace of mind. The reason why you want peace of mind, the reason why you want it protected, the reason why you want to have a say in terms of how it gets to be dispensed or used when you're not there, is because it's a valuable tool. It's a valuable thing. You're a valuable person. The reason why you want to have these things, or you want to partner with PPS, we partner here. It's because you believe that you're valuable and you understand your why. You want to have the peace of mind at every step of the way. So, I'll tell you why PPS for me. So it's not a waste of money, huh? We don't burn money here. We make money for you. The reason why I asked you, why did you stay and why did you stay? The reason why I asked you, what's your profit share looking like? It's because we're the only company that enables you to own things. It's not a garage purchase because you don't pay premiums. Nothing happens to you at the end of the year, at the end of 2 years, and you feel like you've given people money. You get to own shares at PPS. We don't have shareholders. My personal mission, PPS's personal mission, let's start there. PPS' personal mission is to enrich our professional community. My personal mission, on the other hand, is to enable sons and daughters of the soil to own things. That's why I'm here. Sons and daughters of the soil is everybody who was born of the soil. Everyone. To own things. I'd like for you to own things. We spoke a lot here about the sense of preparation you've had, the training you've had, the technical nature of your work, and how stressful it can be. Spoke a lot about that. Show of hands. How many degree professionals here? 4-year degree professionals, minimum. All of you, almost all of you. Keep your hands up. No, keep your hands up. How many of you have been taught how to take care of others? Hands up. How many of you have been taught how to take care of yourself? And that's what we do. All that we've been trained to do and what we exist for is to take care of you. That's it. but we want to partner with you. Right? Where's Nyeleti? Nyeleti had a function on the other side. I was up and down between here and there. We spoke about wellness here quite a lot, right? Across the road, we had 60 PPS members. In the morning, we did an exercise routine Zumba with them, all right? And then we went back into a room. We spoke to them about wellness. All PPS members have access to Reality Wellness. It addresses counseling, it addresses mental wellness, it addresses stress management and everything else that has to do with you as the member. You call them at any point in time free. You feel overwhelmed at any point in time. We spoke about that. We had a trainer who was doing meditation with us. We had a speaker that was talking specifically about eating well, movement, and that sort of thing. We did some breathing exercises. We didn't talk about your policy, your investments, or anything of the sort. We do this regularly. We have sessions online to talk about grief counseling and to counsel members who are grieving. We have these things specifically for members. It's one thing to say, I'm going to incentivize you for living healthily. Something else to say, I'm going to support you and partner with you to live healthily, to take care of you, over and above us making money for you. In the past 10 years, we paid 31 billion rands back to members. You look at the stats, and I said we're not trashing anybody, right? You look at this. This is our colleagues. We love them very much, right? In 2020, our colleagues paid 4.7 billion rands back to members. But that was claims. Almost 1 million members. Divide that by this. We paid 4.8 billion to 200,000 members. Do your maths. Not only that, I'm not bashing them. Not only that, half of this is not claims. This is all claims. Half of it is claims because that's what we live for, to cover people, right? Something happens, we need to be there for you. The other half is profit share going back to you. Nothing happened to you. You paid premiums. You don't feel better at the end of the year that nothing happened to you. You paid somebody else so that somebody else can benefit. No, everybody benefited. Every single member got profit share. Our other colleagues, 5.5 billion, it's a lot. Almost 1 million members. But it's only those who claimed. Our other colleagues, these things are very important. These guys are very important. We work with them every day. And what they do is just as important as what we do. The only difference is, if you see that 4.7 billion there that was paid, it was claims. We pay claims, and we pay you as well your share of what we made, because we don't have shareholders. Can you afford to look at it? Can you afford to look at that money-making machine and not do anything about it? Just make the money-making machine, I'm fine. Just look at this money-making machine, I'll make money, I'll enjoy it with my family. I will not cover it. I will not make provisions for it. Should I pass on as to who's going to administer this thing? How is it going to work? Can you afford that? ask yourself that question, and that's who we are. We see you as value, and we want to partner with you. If you want to partner with us, talk to us. And we are the one company that can tell you now that as a professional, you'll be speaking to another professional. Our recruitment drive is purely degreed professionals, because we want to make sure that the conversations are properly elevated. Whichever insurance company or financial services company that you are in or that you're associated with, please ensure that you build a partnership with your advisor, right? Build a relationship of trust. Make sure that the conversations are not just about money. Make sure that they understand your goals, where you want to get to. We have a famous question, how do you want to retire? Because the nice thing about that particular question is that and we encourage you, go wild. I want to be in the Bahamas, I want to be sipping pina colada, whatever. I want to have 5 properties, I want to have provided this and this for my children, I want to have done this and go wild. We start from there, then we reverse engineer a plan for you all the way to today, step by step. If it is unrealistic, because we have models and we go very, very detailed. If it's unrealistic, then we'll come back to you and say, okay, how about we increase here? How about we do this there? How about we do this? We're not going to come to you and say, I think you should. Because we want to partner with you. Because we see you as a person of value. Partner with us. Thank you.
So that was our last speaker. Thank you, Mr. Tammy Bokwa from PPS. And I would like to call Makosazana Maihlomi and Marlies de Lange from Altron Health Tech to come forward to help us with the raffle. I'd also like to call Ipaleng Letlape from PPS to come, and they are going to tell you who wins what. After that, I'm going to call the mother of this conference, Dr. Brenda Kubeka, to come do the vote of thanks.
Try this one.
Hi everyone, I'm Marlies, and this is my best friend. She dragged me up here to empower me now today, so I'm just saying we are already feeling the love. I listened to all the women, and I would like to say something, just something short. You know what? I think a lot of women think that you have a certain type of how you work, what you do things. But I said to her, you know, Marco, even in our culture, we grew up that way. You have to cook, you have to clean, you have to do this, you have to work. And then your mother still comes home and she needs to iron and we hang the washing and you do that. And your husband sits with his newspaper watching news or whatever. So I just want to know how many of you here have sons? Girls, please let them pick up their underwear because I'm tired. It starts with you. If you want to see this change, you teach your son to be that man that you want in your house today for your daughter-in-law, so that your daughter-in-law can be empowered. with her career as well. So I just want to say that, and I have nothing against men, I love you. But I'm just saying, it starts with us. If your daughter, my daughter is 22 years old, I know someone called me last night a granny, but I said to them that I'm not a granny. Hello? Well, sorry. I just want to say that if you have a daughter, your daughter learns by example. If you let your daughter out with her strappy top and her shorts, and she can stroll the streets, and older men can look at her, and she's going to the tapas, that's on you. Because my mother will not let me go out like that into the streets, and my daughter did not go out like that. She played wherever, where I can see her. I think the most important question that my grandmother told me, and my grandmother was hectic, guys. I want to tell you, we never cleaned enough, we never did nothing good enough. But she said to me when my daughter was born, do you know where your child is? If you know who you are, do you know where your child is? Because it starts there. Once that is corrected, and that is why your health is so important, to make sure that you spend time with family and friends, because you can't stand at an empty grave one day and cry. Thank you for that. Let's pull this raffle, and thank you PPS and everybody that spoke today. We are really inspired, and Min Marku said we will get in contact with some of the doctors, and she's going to tell you more about that.
Thank you, Marilise. So I'm going to go straight into it because I know everyone wants to go home. And courtesy of everyone from Altron Health Tech, they joined online, the whole Altron Health Tech team of 207 people joined online, and we are proud of you women. And I'm not going to say much because you heard Nicolette, and we are supportive of all women in whatever they're doing, especially in tech. So power to you. So I'm just going to pull a name. We've made up a hamper. It's secret. You'll see what's in there. Whoever wins, congratulations. We are proud of you no matter what you do. Okay? So I'm going to look away because I work in marketing, and they always say marketing is corrupt. So we look away and pretend we don't see, because we believe in bribing everyone with goodies. So, okay. Miss Phumelele Nkomo.
Should I announce what's the gift? Can you hear me? Hi everyone. My name is Sipelene Tlapa from PPS. I just want to say something. You guys look fabulous today, and I would like you to give yourselves a round of applause. You are amazing. You look beautiful. So we are, as PPS, we're giving away 4 tax-free investments, right? So each worth 1,000. So we're gonna start that for you, and then you can, continue. I mean, we were talking about the importance of saving and stuff. So that's exactly what we're gonna give away today. So I must also look away. So the first winner is Miss Shadi Tobejani. Congratulations! We're just taking a picture. We'll take your picture afterwards.
Made it well. Stand aside.
Okay. gonna take your details. And then the second one is Miss Matlape Mawela. So she left. We're gonna go for the other one. The next one is Dr. Mpomahlangu. Uh-oh. She left, ne? She's around. Okay. We've got Dr. Josephine Makura. Ah, there she is. And then- Congratulations. The onlines are also here. Online.
This is the corruption that they were talking about, but marketing people.
Our third winner is, I think it's off. Ooh. The third one is Miss Mabusha. Jeanette. No, gone. We move on. Okay. We've got Miss Khopolang Tabani. Unampon hakilila jwale. Amen. Our last winner is Miss Grace Togozile Ngube. Congratulations. Please see me before you leave. Congrats. Thank you so much. We're done. Thank you. Oh, who's... Can we have her to draw? Yeah. We're doing this. That one is for online.
I'm watching you, Marie.
I will, of course, get the longest name. Dr. Ramadimecha Mabusa. Dr. Nosipo Mazizi.
She doesn't even know what she wants. She wants that hand in it.
That's it.
That's for the hand.
Oh, she wants to say by hand. Oh.
Beautiful flowers for a beautiful lady.
Thank you.
Africa.
Dr. Matabu Makanya. We're doing the books now. Kamugelu Kahaswane. You disqualified. Jy's stout. Miss Elizabeth Kagabane. Elizabeth.
I delete.
Hi, bo. She's a doctor.
She works with them.
Yeah. Okay. Still a book.
How many books are there? 5.
I'm going to call 3 people now. Miss Lerati Maganwane. Miss Yolandi de Wet. Yolandi de Wet. Miss Mashaba Lorraine. Mashaba Lorraine. Dr. Yvonne Seriri. Yvonne Seriri. Dr. Ziyanda Selu. Yeah, shine.
And we're not supposed to.
Miss Zondwa Sitole. Sitole. We're going to do the last draw for the lovely sorbet hamper that we have here. Miss Onyisi did the mamson. The manson. The amson. Dr. Antoinette Kunene. Dr. Nyolo Ndamase. Let's do a picture. Let's all do a picture now.
Thank you to our sponsors for the lovely prizes. If there's one woman in this room who knows just about every single one of us, it's the woman who brought forth this beautiful summit. I'm not going to read your bio because we know who you are. You are not only a medical doctor, an entrepreneur, but you are a bridge builder. Brenda.
Good afternoon. What we can do, we can share the video for the sake of time, because you have all your contact details. So I'm standing here. I'm standing here because I'm a mother, I'm a partner, I'm no longer a scientist. I think I'm a social scientist now, since my patient is a computer and a pen and a paper. I stand here as a lifelong learner. And I think that I'm connected to a whole lot of you because of that. I know when we think of learning, we always think about cognitive learning. We don't think about the things and the stuff that we get exposed to. One, that make us challenge how we look at life, how we look at people. That also make us question how we connect. I've been so lucky. I mean, COVID was a crisis. But during that crisis, I met so many wonderful people that touched me, that pushed me, and that gave me, support and encouragement that what I'm thinking and what I'm dreaming of is actually possible. I'm going to share with you that more often, because we put ourselves in boxes, okay? I'm a doctor, I can only do this. I'm a nurse, I can only do that. And I'm a scientist, I can only do whatever. I stand here because some of the nurses that contributed to the person that I am today are here. They taught me. Edith, you can stand up. Edith is one of them. Yes. My first exposure to managed healthcare, working in the medical aid industry. Maybe because also I'm a daughter of a nurse, and I also understand, I understood healthcare a little bit before I went to medical school. As a patient, I've been a patient from, as far as I can remember, like age 4, attending a specialist clinic for a medical condition. And that exposed me to a lot of ills and a lot of goodness. When I was young, if my grandfather was not a nurse, I would have thought only girls become nurses and only boys become doctors. But we know that we can aspire to be whatever that we want, irrespective of the gender. I've worked in various spaces. I've worked, I know people say, yeah, I know a lot of people. It's because I've worked with different people in different industries. And I value relationships. And I think the one thing that I'm going to say is value relationships, cultivate relationships. COVID isolated us. COVID made it easy to send a text message. COVID made it easy to connect on Zoom, and you are on Zoom and I'm busy cooking in the kitchen and I'm just there because we just connected. So we need to connect with our hearts, and I've learned to lead from the heart, to live from the heart. I've paid my price. I've been admitted to hospital with, ulcers and whatever, because of work. The question is, was it because of work or because I could not say no? And because I thought in that environment, I was probably supposed to prove myself at all cost. And again, because as a black woman in a senior management position, you know that people are looking up to you, and you are there and you think you're carrying black women on your shoulder. Yes. So we need to be there for each other. We need to support each other. We need to normalize shouting for help. And we need to own our no's. You know, there's only 24 hours in a day. Your family still needs you. You know? Yes, they've said earlier that you can't give what you don't have. So let's redefine what is rest. Think about it on your way home. Is it just taking leave because you signed a form, or are you really resting? What is that? Especially for us in healthcare with issues related to burnout, we need to start asking these questions. I have a lot of you here that are quite influential and that can raise voices and start challenging our curriculum that is so focused on others but not us. Not everyone will come into our space with those skills of knowing how to take care of self. So we need to use the resources that we have and the voices that we have to raise such issues and identify collaborators. Like, I'm going to thank our sponsors, PPS, BHF, Board of Healthcare Funders, Altron Health Tech, and Lancet Laboratories. I want to believe that these organizations, they lead from the heart and they want to advance the interests of women. So I want to applaud them for that and appreciate that. Yes, thank you. And more so, because they decided to bet on a startup. This organization was started during COVID. And because of issues that have been there all the time, and we think that we are the solutions that we're looking for when it comes to health messaging, et cetera. Right now, we wanted to play a video, but we'll send it to you. And before COVID, we had started working on a documentary on nurses, to celebrate nurses, because 2020 was dedicated to the year of a nurse and a midwife. And COVID took that away from the nurses. So we wanted to celebrate the nurses and acknowledge them as the backbone of the health system. And COVID took away the plans that we had, but we are not giving up. So I want to thank all of you. You're looking beautiful for being here. Thank you to our speakers for sharing their stories, their experiences, and to open their hearts and to share some of the information that shows that there is power in vulnerability. It's not a weakness. It's because we are so confident that even when I've shared that story, I'm still standing. Okay, so we've addressed the I am her, I support her, and I see her. That is us. we have a multiple number of balls that we're juggling, and we just need to be there for each other. And then collectively, we're catalysts for change. And I think today we have been exposed to a number of issues, and we are committing that we're going to come up with a program of action. This is not just a talk shop, but it's, again, a platform where we also wanted to identify what can we do to be the change that we want to see, and to make, you know, healthcare for women a different, or give it a different face, and also look at what we can put in place to support. And what is there already that is existing, that is not utilized because of the stigma? What other collaborators can we bring to make sure that we address those issues? So I want to thank also the moderators. I'm going to call Kwetsa Mang and Dr. Bongi. I hope she's still around. Please come forward. Don't go. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Can I? Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time and for your contribution to the conversations today. Thank you. And I. What? Afterwards. Okay. Thank you. And then again, I stand here. In appreciation of all the women. Okay, thank you. Of all the women that have been supportive, that offered their shoulders, and also held my hand, and I think they're doing that for others as well. And also those that push one, because we all have imposter syndrome, and they say, hey, you can do it. Hey, you can jump higher. So we appreciate all of you. And they know who they are. And I know that the women that we have here also play the same role to other people. I truly appreciate you. Yes, and this has been a job and a half, just pulling this through. I think we had 3 weeks or 4 weeks to actually arrange the event. And again, we appreciate the support that we got from our partners, BHF, and also our sponsors. I just want to thank the team from Health IQ and from Match Media, if they can come forward, if they don't mind. And I work with young people that are challenging me and pushing me. And I really, really, truly enjoy working with them. And they keep me on my toes. So some of them, and including one of our interns, are standing here. And, okay, I see. Yes, okay, no, thank you. And some you've met around. So this is the team, including the lady behind the camera. That is also responsible for making our videos and stuff. So I truly appreciate. I know it's been a difficult, hard past few days, and we truly appreciate you've been working overtime, etc. Now you know how it feels like to be a doctor in a hospital. So thank you, and I truly appreciate you. And then Liesl, thanks to COVID that I met you. And I know that, yes, the job is bigger than today, and we need to continue also what we started with regards to virtual supporting other women so that we become our better selves and thrive. So please come forward. So I met Liesl during lockdown, and I was looking, what is it that I want to do post the pandemic? this is a story for another day, but we had to close one of the units of our business. And then I met her because I needed media training. And whatever that you hear, if I'm out of hand, it's her responsibility, and it's not me. So, but thank you so much, and thank you for today. And it's been wonderful just, watching you doing what you do best, and I truly appreciate you. Thank you so much. I hope I did not leave anyone out. And again, I'm just appreciative of your support. And the promise is that we'll have a program of action, and we'll reach out to those that are interested in getting involved in some of the programs that we'll be working on. You just have to raise your hands. So this is not a talk shop. And there is some commitment somewhere that this is going to be an annual event, and probably better and less speakers. Yeah, sorry. I laugh like that when I'm at home. Yeah, not in the office. Not in the office. Yeah, I have a different one for the office. Yeah. Yes. So I'm grateful also to the vote of confidence, but it's not that. All that I'm saying is, as health professionals, we're human beings. We're not just scientists. We also have hearts. Yes, so we need to take care of our hearts and support each other in doing that. Thank you.
And with that, we've come to the end of the first ever Women in Healthcare Hybrid Summit. I think we can all stand and give Dr. Kubeka a hand. And then while we give her a hand, there's something that we forgot when we raffled. We forgot the Gibbs Prize. And I think as the proponent of lifelong learning, it's only fitting that Dr. Brenda pulls the winner of the Gibbs Prize.
Dr. Mildred Lisigo Shibamba. I know she's left. Yes, sorry. Simpiwe Boya or Boya. Okay, we'll communicate with you. Yes, okay.
Thank you. And as Isaac promised us this morning when he so warmly welcomed us to PPS, there's some refreshments of the alcoholic kind.
There's a trap now. Can you indicate if it's fine?
The recording has
Channel 1.
Where's the sound, guys?
Channel 1.
Channel 1.
But it's low, hey?
Oh, we want the
Sebayakhuluma ya.